Did he? I have no idea. Well, just play with this a little bit. Are we about ready?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, everyone, let's start pulling it together. I'm about ready to begin. All right, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to welcome everyone here to the June 14th EAC meeting. Just a quick couple of things to remind everyone that the EAC activities here continue through July 15th. This is actually our last face-to-face meeting. So we have a pretty full agenda, so we'll kind of get going through that. But before we get into the agenda, there's just a couple of items. First of all, I want to just kind of consider and approve the minutes from the previous meeting. What's that? The code, I can't get in. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble getting in technically, but we're going to move along. Richard's got the hand-raising tool working. I have my mobile phone if you need to text me for some kind of questions. Cheryl has her email and stuff system running, so I think everyone will be able to get in here. I think just one other check is the bridge on. And can someone give a check from the bridge? Okay.
Could you speak a little bit louder, please?
Certainly. I'll try. Speak up a little bit, get closer to the mic. Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay. I think everything's up and running. So just back to the agenda a little bit for the consider and approve the minutes from the previous meeting, which was March 1st, I believe, March 11th. Sorry. It's some kind of a second Friday or something, or first Friday of the month. It was a little different than normal. Is there any comments or questions on the minutes from the previous meeting? All right, not hearing anything as a motion to approve the minutes. All right, Paul, second. Joel, okay. We're done with the minutes. I'm going to kick right directly into the attendance. So I'll run through this. Did you want to do this, Cheryl? Oh, okay. All right, Bernard?
Present.
All right, Shelley?
Present.
Oh, sorry, my head's down. Angel? Jim Coleman, Ronnie Cotton, Brian Daly.
Brian Daly is present.
All right, Tony Dunn.
Present.
Present. David Zumba's here. John Paul.
Present on the phone.
Okay. Sherry. Lori Flattery. Mark Fletcher, Matt Gerst, Kevin Green, Eric Hagerson, gotcha. Gunnar.
Yes, Gunnar here.
Okay. Gay Jones.
Present.
Brian Joseph. Brendan Casper.
I'm here.
Okay. Marty Kinder. Yeah. Cheryl's here. Rebecca Ledoux. Chris Littlewood.
Here.
Bob Mather.
Here.
Yeah. Tim May.
Present.
Yeah. I should know some of these. I'm just going to say them anyhow. Sorry. I'm just looking down. Bruce McFarland. Paul McAllis. Christian.
I'm here.
Yep, I knew that. Don Mitchell. Peter Musgrove.
Here.
Zenji's here. Donna Platt. Here. Yeah. Richard's here. Marcy Roth. Laura Ruby. Brian Scarpelli, sent me a note to be just a little bit. Paul Schroeder. Henning. I think he's coming in, yeah. Dwayne Sennett. Susan Sherwood.
Present.
All right, Susie. John Snap. Elle's here. Karen's here. Mark Stern. Claude. Greg Vanderheiden. Not till 11:30. Okay. Arnold. Christian's here. Norm. Here, and Joel is here. All right, and then we have some subject matter experts. Roger Hickson.
I'm here.
Sorry, did you mention my name, Al?
Yeah, you know what? I just saw you there, Al. I just checked you off. Sorry. Elle's here. Sorry. Kathy.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Anybody else?
Is there? Oh. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else on the bridge that we didn't call? You're good. All right. Thank you, everyone. And if Richard, you had anything, keep it moving. All right. So just moving right along with the agenda here and glancing over there. So we're going to move to on the agenda items. We have the first item here is an update on CVAA and report and the M Enabling Summit with Karen. So Karen, all yours.
Hi, I will be brief. I'm Karen Hill-Strauss. I'm the Deputy Bureau Chief. To repeat, since I just came on mic, I'm Karen Peltz-Strauss, and I'm the Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer Governmental Affairs Bureau here at the FCC, and I will be brief. Just want to let you know, in case those of you have not been keeping up to date with our CVAA activities, that we released a notice of proposed rulemaking recently seeking comment
Karen,
on...
could you please speak louder? We're hearing a lot of typing in the background.
Okay, can you hear me now? Do you still hear the
Much
typing?
better. Thank you.
People on the bridge.
Okay.
Other people should mute their phones.
Yeah, everybody else mute phones, please, that are online so that there's no typing in the background. We recently released a notice of proposed rulemaking on sections 204 and 205 of the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, also known as the CVAA. That is actually the beginning of our very last proceeding that has a deadline under the CVAA. We're proud to say, as we've said many times before, that we have met every statutory deadline for regulations that we need to implement under this law. And these regulations will have to come out under the CVAA by October 8th. They seek changes to the Communications Act that would require access to television devices and video programming devices and navigational menus primarily for people who are blind and visually impaired, being able to change the channel, control the volume, access programs, programming guides, select programs, tape programs, anything that anybody else would do with a video programming device or guide. And I don't know that it's been published in the Federal Register yet, but we can get you more information on the comment dates. It was just released not that long ago. Oh, wait, I'm getting some information about this. Okay, so it's expected to be published on June 18th. So after that, there will be comment dates established, and we hope to hear from all of you on how best to implement those rules. Again, we're excited because this is the beginning of the completion of our about 3.5 years of intense deadlines. Of course, we're continuing to do other work on the CVAA, including the work that all of you are doing, because this is part of the effort to make sure that the migration to an eventual implementation of NG 911 is accessible to people with disabilities. We also last week hosted something called the M Enabling Summit, and we launched that with briefings here at the FCC on Wednesday, where we invited about 100 delegates from other countries to come and learn about our various accessibility laws, not only the CVAA, but laws on captioning, hearing aid compatibility, relay services, and also telecommunications access, such as Section 255. On Thursday and Friday, we partnered with G3 ICT, which is an arm of the International Telecommunications Union, to host the full M-Enabling Summit, where we invited had in attendance approximately 450 people from over 30 countries to learn about accessible wireless technologies. And from everybody who attended, which were many of the people sitting around this table who attended both presenting and participating, I think that it was a resounding success. It was the second of the M-Enabling Summits here in the United States. There have been a couple around the world as well, and it is in large part designed to educate other countries about the work that we've been doing here in the United States to expand disability access to communications, as well as to learn from other countries about the things that they're doing. I think that everybody was really satisfied with the way things went, and I believe that they announced the next M-Enabling Summit for next June already here in Washington, D.C. There will also be a little arm of it occurring in Australia this summer, and a few other places. They've had a little piece of it in Italy and some other countries. So, but that's it for my report. Those are the two highlights. We're expecting to have a busy summer on all CVAA implementation issues. Our National Deafblind program has been in full swing for quite some time. It's nearing the completion of its first pilot year. That will be finished as of July 1st, and we're proud to say that we know that considerable equipment have been given out, free equipment has been given out under this program to people who are both deaf and blind around the country. The video description rules are in place, and we also released, I can't remember whether it was before or after your last meeting, but we finalized our rules on making sure that video equipment is capable of passing through accessible emergency information and video description on the secondary audio channel. That may have also occurred since your last meeting. So that was also a significant step towards achieving access to video programming. And I think that that's it. So thank you. Any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot one other thing that is pretty big. Just this week, doesn't have to do with the CVAA, but we released a major overhaul of our video relay services program, which takes a number of different steps. And since it goes beyond the scope of this committee, I won't go into it, but it's designed to protect the program from fraud, waste, and abuse, and to improve the quality and protections for people with disabilities. Thank you.
I just want to add something to the video relay service one, if I can. Just a quick addition to the video relay service one. It actually, one of the major technical changes that it makes is to very clearly spell out the use of standards-based technologies for communication, including for emergency calls. So that's been, I think, a very relevant feature that we want to make sure that platforms that are deployed in the video relay for video relay service, and indeed for going forward for other services, fit in natively by design into the NG platform, and indeed incorporate all the good work that the EAC has been doing over the years. So you should find yourself, if only maybe obliquely, you should find your work here represented in the video relay service order, in the emergency services piece very well. And this is an ongoing work. As you may know, part of the video relay service order spells out that there is a standards body set up, or a group, namely we rely on the video relay service standardization group within the SIP forum to spell out in more elaborate technical detail than we would typically do in an order as to what that exactly means. I know a few people here, I know Christian is involved, but I would encourage others who have a technical and engineering interest or know people who do to become a member of that group. It's an open group. It's not an FCC-sponsored group. It's an independent organization, but it is an open standards body, and we will look towards their output to deal with the general video communication standards, but primarily of interest to this group, to make sure that we have the best possible forward-looking NG technology integrated on that, at least on an evolutionary path as PSAPs become capable of accepting native 911 calls via IP.
To add one more thing to add to that, I had forgotten that the other thing that is relevant to your work is that the further notice of proposed rulemaking accompanying the VRS order asks about the provision of emergency call handling by VRS providers. Right now, calls go into any provider, and it asks whether there should be a centralized entity that handles all VRS emergency calls. So for those of you who have an interest in this topic, you may want to look at that section of the FNPRM. We had gotten a lot of, well, actually from your committee, you had raised concerns in your report about whether or not there should be a centralized entity handling all of these calls, in part because of the stress involved and the expertise needed to handle these calls, and whether or not, instead of having any random communication assistant take the calls, whether they should be trained in a certain way, whether they should be provided through a centralized entity. So please, that was your recommendation, and I thank you for triggering my memory, Henning, because this was directly from your report, and you will see yourself cited. So please do comment on it. We look forward to getting your input.
Hi, this is Cheryl King. Al Sonnenthrall had asked me for a hard copy of the VRS reform item, and I brought him a copy, and I just wanted to let you know that I have 4 or 5 additional copies if anybody would like one to carry home with you.
Go ahead, Al.
I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the FCC. Sorry, we needed to get Al on the video. So this is Al. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the FCC for making significant changes in the lives of deaf people. We had been isolated for many, many years until the FCC finally recognized the existence of people with hearing disabilities and established rulemaking procedures in order to ensure access for our community. And I just wanted to express our appreciation. I'm not speaking on behalf of only myself, but for the deaf community. So our sincere thanks, and please do continue the wonderful work that you do. Richard says, I second that.
It's because of groups like you that we're able to do what we do. This doesn't happen in isolation. This has been an extraordinary effort, and industry and consumers and a good chunk of the FCC, virtually every bureau has been involved in all of these changes. So thank you, Al.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Henning. We're going to now move to the next item on the agenda. It's the report on text to 911 bounce back, report and order, and remaining issues in the rulemaking proceeding, and other public safety and homeland security bureau activities of interest to the EAC. Tim, I believe this is all yours.
Thank you, David. Do we have slides to put up? We're getting those ready right now.
Could you try to speak louder? It's difficult to hear on the bridge. Thank you.
I will. Is that good?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
That's them.
We have the slides. There we go.
There we go. Okay. So good morning, everybody. Again, my name's Tim May. I'm with the Public Safety Homeland Security Bureau Policy and Licensing Division. I'm here to give you a brief update as to where we stand with the Texas 911 proceeding. I think it's useful to sort of look at where we are in terms of actual deployments. Of note, recently, we have, I think everyone's familiar with Black Hawk, Iowa, Vermont, for example, York County, Virginia. More recently, in May, Frederick County, Maryland deployed Text 911. And beginning this month, Maine launched the service via Verizon Wireless. And Collin County, Texas, is expected to begin trial in a month or so. It's imperative that we see more trials so that I can get rid of this slide because it's pretty hideous. I also want to note that Tennessee is expected in the third quarter to begin implementing a trial with AT&T, and that at present will have about 15 PSAPs participating. I think everyone is familiar with the Carrier NENA APCO voluntary commitment entered into on December 6, 2012. The four major wireless service providers, AT&T, Sprint, Nextel, T-Mobile, and Verizon, have agreed to provide Text 911 service by May 15, 2014 to PSAPs who request such service. Additionally, the major carriers agreed to implement an automatic bounce-back message in situations where a consumer attempts to text 911 in an area where Text 911 service is unavailable, advising them to try to reach 911 by some other means. The major carriers agreed to provide this capability by June 30th, 2013, but I'm happy to report today that each of the carriers is presently providing a bounce-back message across their national footprints where Text 911 is not available or where the carrier has not yet deployed the network capability to deliver a text. In addition, as part of the voluntary commitment, beginning July 1st of this year, each of the signatory carriers will provide a quarterly status report on their deployment of the service until such time as they're capable of supporting text to 911 nationally. We expect to make these reports available in the record. In addition, the carriers are now working with the Commission, NENA, and APCO to develop appropriate consumer education materials. As the committee knows, the major carriers entered into the commitment on the eve of the Commission's adopting a further notice of proposed rulemaking, which built on the agreement. The further notice proposed to require all CMRS providers, as well as providers of interconnected text messaging services, to provide Text 911 service upon PSAP request. Additionally, the proposed rules required these providers to implement automatic bounce-back messages to consumers attempting to text 911 when the service was unavailable and to provide those messages by June 30th, 2012. Given the importance of ensuring that consumers had information on the availability of Text 911 sooner than later, the Commission placed the questions related to bounce-back messaging on a faster decision track. Last month, the Commission adopted a report and order requiring that by September 30th of this year, covered text providers implement the automatic bounce-back message in situations where consumers attempt to send a text message to 911 when that service is unavailable. This rule is consistent with the recommendations in EAAC's Subcommittee 1 report on interim text messaging to 911. Although the Commission did not prescribe specific language for the message, a covered text provider's message must state two things. First, that text 911 is not available, and it must advise the consumer or texting program user to use another means to contact emergency services. A covered text provider is defined as any CMRS provider and any provider of interconnected text messaging services that enable consumers to send text messages to and receive text messages from all or substantially all text-capable U.S. telephone numbers, including through the use of applications downloaded or otherwise installed on mobile phones. As the Commission moves forward with facilitating the full transition to Text 911, we will be examining other issues raised by our further notice. The comment cycle has closed, but of course we continue to meet with all interested stakeholders and of course welcome any information that may be important to the Commission's deliberations on the remaining questions. These issues include, should the Commission require all carriers and interconnected text services to provide Text 911 service? If so, what deadlines, if any, should apply? What technical and cost-based considerations should the Commission consider? The Commission is also examining issues related to TTY. For example, the feasibility and potential costs and benefits of making a text to TTY approach one text-to-delivery option for covered text providers and PSAPs. Also, under what circumstances should the Commission modify or lift the current TTY compatibility requirements for new handsets, including whether the ubiquitous availability of SMS alone or with other forms of texting capability should be a factor in determining whether to lift the TTY requirement. That is the extent of my brief today. I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions on the bridge or anyone in the room? To the point? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're getting on to the next agenda item. This is report on and discussion about NENA Coordination Group for Text to 911, including consumers with disabilities outreach and general public outreach efforts. This is with Roger and Cheryl. So, Cheryl, are you kicking this off? All right, Cheryl. Thank you.
This is Cheryl King. Thank you. And Roger Hickson, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I have your slides up. Oops. That's not the right one.
I don't think that's the right one.
Right. Hello. Technology.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, this is Roger Hickson and NENA. A little background on this. In the interest of trying to coordinate and provide some common approach where appropriate and possible to the actual preparation for and implementation of SMS interim text to 911, we put together a service coordination group. And of course, you have to have an acronym for that, so it's SCG, of course. A little while back, and we've had 3 meetings so far. Have another one coming up June 26th, I believe it is. It involves the stakeholders that are directly involved in actually preparing for and implementing the service on a national scale. And what's on the screen, which is unfortunate coloration, obviously, since it doesn't show up real well, is an example of the milestones list we've developed so far. The dates on it are going to be modified as a result of some analysis on what work has to be done that I'll talk about relative to the next slide. But this is an example of major activities that have to take place in certain time frames in order to meet the May 15th, 2014 date of having this service nationally in operation among the 4 carriers that signed the agreement that's been referred to already. So it deals with not only public education, but public safety education, with developing and resolving some remaining issues that still are open from the EAC Subcommittee 1 work that was done over the last year. And a number of other activities relates to the Text Control Center standard referred to as JSMS 911 by ATIS, and its role in at the center of getting text messages from the carriers to the 911 centers through various interface methods. So basically, it's a milestone list that relates to what needs to be done between now and May 14th or May 15th of 2014, in order to hopefully smoothly and consistently accomplish this in a common way, not only for the users but also for the 911 centers, because we want to keep this as simple and consistent as possible across the nation. So we're putting together this sort of a schedule for that effort, and we'll be updating the dates on it in the next 2 or 3 weeks probably. Second slide.
Okay.
Okay. This is a piece of the work list that we've developed. It's only the first page. There's about 6 more pages to it, or more. And it lists each of the items that need to be worked out, resolved, investigated, whatever. And the columns there to the right half of the screen relate to the parties involved, the carriers, the TCC providers, you can't even read the thing at this level myself. Hang on a second. Okay, carriers, the TCC providers, NENA, APCO, ADIS, and the FCC. And each of those entities is likely to have various roles in this. NENA and APCO partly for public safety, communication of what they need to know, what 911 centers need to know about planning for this, and then the actual process of using the service and so on. The FCC's on there because they're taking the lead role in the consumer education aspect with support from the others, of course. The carriers obviously have things to do. The text control center providers have certain things to do in regard to resolving these development issues, as well as the actual implementation and testing at various points in time. So these are 2 documents we're using to try to get this organized and have a control point to deal with the various work that still needs to be done over the next 9 months in order to get to that magic May 15th date. So the purpose of this service coordination group is not to manage the detail work, but rather to provide an oversight and a kind of coordination point among all the parties to try to keep things organized and under control to a degree, and to minimize missing things that we should be dealing with. Implementing a service nationally is not like flipping a switch. There's a whole bunch of things that need to be done to make that happen, and the purpose of this is to try to get those identified, coordinated, and done in the right time frames so that it all comes together as with a smooth SMS text to 911 service process over the course of the 9 months we've got left before we get to that point. So that's a sort of an overview of what we're doing and how we're doing it. Any questions or comments on that?
Roger, this is Jean-Paul.
Yes.
Roger, on the sample that you just showed, page 1 of about 6, I don't want anybody to misunderstand that page is filled out. We were just showing a couple of examples where X's might go, and therefore the left-hand column is the examples of what we need to do, and the horizontal are those groups that are involved in trying to make those things happen.
Right. And this is a work in progress. We put this out a couple weeks ago, and we had a check call on it yesterday, and the 26th we'll have another conference call, and the intent is for all the parties involved to indicate where they think they're involved, concerned, interested, want to take the lead in a particular activity or whatever to resolve these issues. And it's a evolving document, as is the milestone list and the dates associated with it. So like I say, the intent is to try to get all the piece parts coordinated and constructed into a useful whole by the end of the period of time we're working with here. Anybody else?
Al?
Sorry, I didn't realize that we were having audio issues. Back to my
We can
train of
hear you
thought.
on the bridge,
I do
it's
really
fine.
appreciate. I do know that the EAAC has been attempting to reach out to people with disabilities, and with this SMS program and the text to 911. And everyone's been talking about the preparation phases and the beginning phases, and it's been limiting our ability to publicize to people with disabilities and to broader populations. So what is the plan to get that outreach? Is the intention only to outreach to people with the populations with disabilities, or on a nationwide level to everybody?
This is Cheryl King. There will certainly be a general public outreach and education effort. We do intend to specially reach out to disability organizations and advocates, as well as other special interest groups, for instance, domestic violence organizations. So there will be a general public outreach and education, but we will also have special targeted efforts, especially to organizations representing people with disabilities who have been looking forward to being able to text to 911, and we'll be rolling that out as quickly as we can.
This is Al again. Really, my point is that if you mention it in your publications that this program is for people with disabilities, does it mean that people without disabilities will read that and say, oh, it's not applicable to me, so I don't need to read and follow along any further with what's happening with these programs? If there's, emergencies in a specific area or acts of terrorism, the entire community needs to reply and respond, not just disability communities.
This is Cheryl King. You're exactly right, Al. And we don't intend to just target outreach and education to organizations and advocates for people with disabilities. There will be general public outreach because everyone needs to know that it is available. And I've heard the mantra, call if you can, text if you can't.
Karen, did you have something to add then?
Just to let you know that there are some people that are not sitting at this table who have been very involved in this effort. It's our Consumer Outreach Division of the Consumer Governmental Affairs Bureau, and so they are, as well as some outreach folks in the Public Safety Bureau that have been meeting on a regular basis to try to make sure that everybody gets the right messaging. So just be aware there's been a lot of meetings, a lot of efforts, a lot of drafts, and we're taking this very seriously.
Thank you. I think Christian and then Joel.
Am I on? Okay. This is Christian. So far, everyone involved has been people with disabilities in the SCG, are deaf and hard of hearing, because
the reason for that is because they've been receiving the reports from the EAC on text to 911. So people with disabilities need to be involved with the next step as well. And the SCG is an important step in making sure that certain things happen and that they involve people with disabilities. So I know you were talking about the NENA Accessibility Committee. Do you know if they will be involved with the SCG in coordination efforts from this point forward?
You want to answer that, Richard?
And the answer is yes.
This is Richard. Yes, we have been working with Sonia on a widespread public education program. We've been receiving some feedback on that, and we've now sent it to our accessibility community, where we've been receiving additional comments, and we will be submitting those comments to Sonia to focus on the educational element for Nina. Right. We do need more outreach and involvement of people with disabilities at large. You're correct. This is Christian. Just a follow-up to my question. I appreciate the outreach, the educational outreach. That's fantastic. But another important component for E911, from my experience, seems that from the user experience, is
the important part about user experience is that we have people with disabilities who are going to be using this service involved in all aspects of developing it so that the user experience is kept paramount.
Before I go to Joel, Roger, I thought I heard you say something. Did you want to add anything to that section right there?
Well, it's Roger Hickson. I would just say that in terms of the coordination group, we're putting together what the overall plan content needs to be, if you will, and when information or facets that need input from the disability community come into play, we expect to provide representatives with what the specific details are and get feedback on that, make them aware of where we stand periodically on the service implementation work. So there's no intention to isolate that effort from the user community we're trying to serve here. So it's just a matter of when we make those communication steps and how often that happens and so on, which isn't clear until we get the work plan down pat and have a milestone schedule that makes sense. I expect that'll be the case in the next month. So probably within the next 30 days, there will be a need to socialize that work with more than just the NENA Accessibility Committee, but other potential actual users in the long run as well, including people from this group.
Thank you, Roger. I know Joel and then Paul. Joel?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned by the discussion. Tim May mentioned that some of the implementation of the SMS capability or receiving text capability is going to be limited for a long time. And I am aware that many of the 911 PSAP centers are not going to be coming online with the ability to receive text for a long time. They're small entities and they're just not there yet. And I understand from Mr. May's presentation that many of these may not have the bounce back capability, that they can't receive the text and they're not going to be able to get that message back. And at the same time, we're talking about a countrywide distribution education program to raise consciousness among people who are deaf, people who have speech impaired, that they can get 911 through SMS or other text capability. That capability won't be there for a long time, and we're raising expectation, and people might get hurt.
I think Henning's going to be able to respond to this.
Clearly, I think all of us are concerned that we roll out that capability across both all carriers and all PSAPs as quickly as possible. For reasons you mentioned, that may not be as universal as we would all like. I do want to just, before we we have enough deep problems. One of the problems that we don't have to rely on the PSAPs is for the bounce back message. That is generated and will be generated and already is generated by the carriers themselves. So the idea would be that very quickly, in many cases already today, you will know that this isn't going to work in there. The PSAP outreach to make sure that they understand that it is also their obligation is something where I think this community can be particularly helpful with. Because I think many PSAPs see that as, when I have to deal with these teenagers reporting cats in trees or making prank text or whatever, they may not understand how vital that is to people who have no other good opportunities to use means of using 911. And so that's where local, one-on-one, person-to-person outreach, in addition to what NENA and APCO and other organizations can do, is going to be really helpful. I am somewhat more optimistic because than you might be for PSAP deployment. The survey results that I've seen, I think it was in Trado, but Roger may probably correct me on that, is that a very large number, well above 70%, 80%, had longer-term plans to do it. They still think the problem is not so much that they don't want to do it, but that they still need to figure out whether the TTY solution or the web solution in particular meets their operational and operational needs and financial capabilities. The TTY solution is really cheap. It doesn't really cost anything on the PSAP side, so there's really no technical reason or financial reason to do it. I suspect all of us would prefer a different solution as a midterm solution as well.
Just follow up with that if I can. I know that in New York there are many, many telephone operating companies, more than 2 or 3. And there's a lot of small companies that do handle 911 in very small, large geographical areas, but very few people in them. And they don't use the TTY. They can't have a separate, they don't have equipment. They can take a TTY call now. They still use a 7-digit number to get in through TTY. And they're really tiny mom and pop, I'm going to say that. And, they're really tiny operating companies, and there are a lot out there. And I'm amazed by how many there are. It just surprises me. How do we bring them on board so we get universal or more or less universal use of this type of technology?
Are you talking about, I know there are lots of small rural landline companies, but the number of small rural wireless companies seems to be far less. The vast majority of customers that have a wireless service, which is where you could use SMS in particular, seems to be much smaller, but maybe you have a different perspective.
No, I agree with that. That was the point. I missed that point, and I appreciate adding that.
Yeah, so because we have, I think, well above 95% of the cellular customers either are on the major 4, 5, 6 providers or roaming partners of those providers. There's still some issues on how exactly we're going to handle roaming. It's not so big a deal for the bounce back. It's a bigger deal once we actually want to deliver messages because of location delivery issues. But hopefully the bounce back will hopefully get very quickly, pretty universally in that. The bigger issue, as you mentioned, is the getting PSAPs involved and ready as soon as possible. And you and other organizations can help with that.
I know that Paul and Chris want to jump in on this a little bit too. So, Chris, did you want to just respond to this conversation? Okay, Chris, please.
Hi, this is Chris Littlewood, St. Petersburg College Center for Public Safety Innovation. I just wanted to add to Joel's comments and
we're getting a lot of
say that
terrible feedback, and we cannot hear the speakers. Thank you.
Try again.
Can you hear me now? Okay. This is Chris Littlewood, St. Petersburg College Center for Public Safety Innovation. I just wanted to add to Joel's comments that the question in my mind is clearly a very obvious question that seems to be true, where it's 2 separate issues, one being connectivity from the carrier and one being connectivity through the PSAP. It seems that we're making the requirements for the carriers to be able to do texting to 911, but I do know there are very many larger areas where the PSAPs are not ready to handle that, where they haven't been informed. The education and outreach needs to happen at the PSAP level as well. In the last couple months, I've been to the Governor's Hurricane Conference in the state of Florida and the National Fire Protection Association in Chicago, and I can tell you that it's not just rural areas that have no idea that they need to be handling text to 911 by the beginning of next year. So the major carriers may be ready to handle that. But the question that remains in my mind is, are the PSAPs able to handle that? Because it seems like it's more than just a one-part issue.
Thank you, Chris. Cheryl, I think you had a...
Can I step in there?
Oh, go ahead, Roger.
Go ahead, Roger. You may say what I was going to say.
Well, okay. Well, first of all, one of my priorities in the service coordination group is to get planning information out to all the public safety authority management people about what this is about, what it's not about, what's involved, what they need to consider in planning to get this. There's a lot of confusion, I think, out there because of all the, one-off text to 911 unquote services that are being provided by app providers and so on. They need to know that there's a specific national plan that involves these particular piece parts and what they need to do to get ready for it. Secondly, and that needs to be done very soon. So it's something that I think the Service Coordination Group and NENA and APCO need to get distributed by webinars, by websites, by letters, by whatever it takes to get the public safety people on board with this. Secondly, I think we should try to get out of the mode of this conventional wisdom that seems to have sprung up, that every PSAP will get to decide when and if they take text. I think that's clearly not in the relevant in terms of the future situation. There are things that go out in the press that say, well, PSAPs will have to buy hardware and software and so on to do this. Well, that's not really true. And that's part of the information that needs to go out as well. And technically speaking, every PSAP in the country today can take SMS text to 911 via TTY or TTY equivalent situation. Now, there are many people who think that that's a pretty poor way to do it. Can't say I disagree, but it's better than having nothing in the interim until public safety agencies and authorities on a county or larger geographic area basis update their equipment to be able to take IP and to be prepared in putting in next generation 911. Many of the, I'd say about half the states right now in terms of state level or major regions within the state are in the process of getting ready to put NG911 in place. So it's not something that's going to take, 5 years before we have the ability to do this, either in terms of non-NG911 interfaces to the PSAP or the actual NG911 capability that will allow this to work better. I think the DOJ letter that came out a while back is a clear indication of the fact that no matter how well you think it might or might not work, that a TTY equivalent capability is there and should be utilized. So it's a matter of getting people on board with what this is really about. I don't think they'll reject the idea of taking text either at an individual PSAP or at a central point in a county for the near term. By and large, they just don't know enough about what's going on or what's needed in order to cope with it, and we need to solve that problem.
This is Cheryl King, in part to respond to the discussion and Chris's concerns. Yesterday, we had the first meeting. We did it by teleconference because of the storms predicted in the area. But
louder, please, Cheryl.
The four carriers with NENA and APCO and their commitment letter from December 2012. We met to kick off, if you will, efforts toward education and planning, and I was very happy to hear reports from APCO where they have been involved and engaged, and NENA, of course, through Roger. We have information of NENA's efforts, and we know now who to go to in those organizations and work with those organizations. And each of the four carriers in the commitment letter understand that they have a role in outreach and education. And so we are working to address the issue that the 911 center that serves Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, will soon know the text is on the line.
Let me reset here just a second. Did you have a comment on this as well, Matt, or is this okay? I know Chris. Paul, I haven't forgot about you. You want to jump in on this, or you have a separate question?
A separate issue.
Okay, let's wait that a little bit. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. This is Chris again. I just wanted to say, clearly it is working, and the word is getting out there. I live in the second largest county in the state of Florida, Pinellas County, or I should say the second largest densely populated county in the state of Florida. and the bounce back message is working for the 4 major carriers. I tested it with the 911 center in our county. That's working. We have a new 911 center going up online the beginning of next year, and then they will be able to handle text at the beginning of 2014. But I just wanted to reiterate the fact that although the information is getting out, there are several larger areas at the PSAP level that aren't aware of what they will be required to do. And besides what the requirement is, I know from being a police dispatcher myself that there will be the requirement to write SOPs or standard operating procedures and change SOPs for how they will handle text. So to say they can handle it just like they can handle TTY calls, there needs to be procedures written at the different PSAP levels for the different agencies to make sure that they know what the procedures are to follow. And right now, I'm just not confident that everybody has gotten that message yet. I think, like I said, the word is getting out there, but we need to continue outreach and education at the PSAP level as well as what we're doing for the consumer.
Thanks, Chris. Matt has a comment, and then I think Donna as well on this subject, and then we'll get to you, Paul. Matt first.
Thanks, Matt Gerst of CTIA. So I just wanted to point out a couple things based on the discussion we have had so far. So one of the things that, when we started talking about, it started with the EAC 2 years ago. We started talking about things that need to happen in order to advance access for persons with disabilities, particularly around text communications. And I think one of the things you're seeing happening through this discussion is things are moving very quickly. And that, there's obviously a lot of questions out there about either what's happening on the carrier industry side, what's happening on the PSAP side, what's happening in between. And we're all trying to work together to, see this service deployed consistent with the voluntary commitment that was made, but also, make sure that it's done in a fashion that can really help the end users. There's a couple things I wanted to point out, though, based, off that comment. One is, I think Henning mentioned some of the technical issues that are still out there. I did want to point out that, some of these questions have been raised in the FCC's record with respect to both the bounce back and the actual service around TTY. We've had discussions about that over and over again in the EAC about some questions there. The roaming situation that we've clearly recognized in our reports in different contexts. So I did want to point that out, that there are some questions out there about some of these different feature capabilities. But one of the things that I think the FCC's bounce back order addressed was education. And it specifically tasked the FCC's Public Safety Bureau and Consumer Government Affairs Bureau, as they're already doing, to sort of centralize some of this education and for both the public PSAPs and the industry. And I want to note that there seems to be a lot of activity in different bodies about trying to educate different constituent groups about the service. And I think we are at risk of either both overselling or underselling the capabilities of text 911 service if we're not all talking basically off the same sheet of parameters. So one of the things I think would be helpful is sort of if we all start pointing back to the central resource of information, which ultimately seems like it's going to be the FCC. And so, I just want to make sure that to the extent that there are other groups that are moving forward with education initiatives, that we're all trying to coordinate and make sure that we're properly addressing and educating the public. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Donna had a comment, and we're going to go to Paul, and then we're going to try to wrap this discussion up, move into a couple more items. So, Donna, Paul.
Yes, this is Donna speaking. I just wanted to pose a quick question to Roger about the SCG group. So could you tell us what the timeline is for informing the PSAPs and the public at large about text to 911 and when that's going to be ready. Could you give us some detail on that, Roger?
Sure, it's Roger Victor. We're in the process of figuring out what the exact timelines ought to be. I mean, the starter points were in the milestone schedule that was displayed relative to the May 15th date. Now, there's going to be things that get done before that by certain carriers, already being done to some degree. So in that context, we're already behind the 8 ball in terms of getting information out to public safety, which is why it's one of the first thing that we need to prepare to do in the service coordination group. If I had to put a time frame on it right now, I would say we'd have enough information to put out the first planning document to public safety probably around the end of July. I'm stressing some of this stuff at the NENA conference next week in Charlotte. We have several sessions there about text, a couple of which are specific to what we're doing with the SMS interim text approach. And I will be putting forth the message that I talked about a little earlier about get off the idea that you can do this whenever you feel like it or think you're ready. You need to be aggressive and get ready for it, and here's the reasons why. So that message will be passed at a Monday afternoon session about SMS text plans. But I think we can get a reasonable amount of information. It'll have to be updated periodically, but a reasonable amount of information out of the public safety environment on this, what this is all about and what needs to be considered by the end of July.
Thank you. I have Paul has been patiently waiting.
I'm not very patient.
Okay, not patient. Paul's waiting.
This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. I want to emphasize that we should not be thinking of text to 911 strictly as being of benefit to people with disabilities. My brother-in-law is responsible for security on the BART system out in San Francisco. This is the Bay Area's equivalent of the DC Metro. And he is very, very interested in text to 911, not so much for the benefit of people with disabilities, but because it's been their experience that when people are on one of the BART trains and are being confronted with an unsafe situation because somebody on that train car is causing trouble, nobody wants to pick up a phone and be obviously calling 911. What they've asked him for is, can't I just text 911 and let them know there's an emergency on this train without being obvious? And so, again, this is just one example out of several that I've heard in which, just as a matter of public safety for the general population, there's tremendous interest in text to 911. And I would urge you to keep that in mind, because the more people asking for these services, the more likely it is it's going to get built within our lifetimes.
Thank you, Paul. I think Bob had one additional comment, so we'll go for Bob, and then we're going to make quite a little adjustment for the agenda. Go ahead, Bob.
This is Bob Mather from the Department of Justice, and I wanted to add something to what Matt had mentioned. Another federal agency has also provided support and technical assistance regarding the rights and obligations under the ADA as applying to the PSAPs. And as far as those PSAPs that want more information about our March 18th letter regarding their obligations to comply with the current regulations, we offer technical assistance regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. All right, we'll turn this over to Cheryl for just a quick second. We'll have just a slight adjustment. Peter, we're going to move to right after lunch, and I'm just going to kick this to Cheryl for a second.
Thank you, David. Cheryl King. I just wanted to introduce the topic for Henning. You might wonder, why did we put location accuracy on our agenda? And the answer is because that's the next big challenge. in an open rulemaking proceeding here at the FCC, and it's certainly related to all of our interests and concerns at the EAC. Henning?
Give me the clicker.
Yes. We'll get your slides up.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to discuss in a little bit of detail the issue of location for both traditional and next generation 911. As Cheryl mentioned, this is a topic of great concern to the Commission. We see that as one of the next great technical and organizational challenges, however, with a great payoff to everybody. As I will mention later on, I do believe that enhanced location capability, particularly for indoor calls, are also particularly relevant for vulnerable populations that are most likely to need the assistance of automated location determination because they are maybe either temporarily or permanently unable to precisely identify their location of an emergency, and they may be living by themselves at home, and this is particularly relevant for medical emergencies where the location of the emergency isn't as obvious as smoke coming out of a window or a car accident might be. Just to repeat for a background setting, a few items on location that are important to remember. Location is important for two aspects. The requirements for those are somewhat different. The first aspect is you need location to find the correct PSAP. If you cannot route the text message or the call, that might be video relay call or that might be a traditional voice call, to the correct PSAP, response may not be possible at all or may be severely delayed. So that is clearly one of the most important items in terms of location, have accurate enough location to route the call of various sort to the PSAP. That is a not so great challenge in the mobile space. For traditional cell phones, cell sector, and tower location are usually sufficient for that. It is a challenge for text to 911, particularly in the roaming case where that information may be lost as the message is passed along to the home carrier, for example. The challenge, however, that we are focusing on at the moment is indoor location that is sufficiently precise to dispatch first responders to the person needing help. When we look at the current rules that we already have rules in place. We've had those since 1998, namely what's known as Phase 1 location, which is the cell tower and sector. That only gets you typically within 1, maybe 20 miles in some cases. So good enough for PSAP, certainly not useful at all for most other emergencies. It's kind of a last line of defense if you don't have anything else. Phase 2, starting in 2002, using either the network or the handset, you can determine the location, and that has, just by technology evolution, particularly as GPS chipsets have become standard features on smartphones, has become increasingly accurate. In 2013, January this year, we actually added a requirement so that the provision of location included not just an estimate of a location, but also an indication of the uncertainty. By technology, many of these technologies can't precisely pinpoint a caller, but it is very important to know how accurate that estimate is so that, for example, when first responders don't find the caller at the indicated location, they know whether they need to search within a radius of 100 feet or whether this location is really an estimate and they need to find other means of locating the caller, maybe by trying to call back or get other indications where the emergency might be. At the moment, testing for that type of location accuracy is only done outdoors for logistical and other reasons. You typically use some version of drive testing where you drive around in a vehicle and you find out how accurate that location information is in operational conditions, because it may depend on the deployment of cell towers, the availability of GPS in challenging environments such as urban canyons and so on. We have two requirements that are essentially based on the probability of meeting those, namely for about 2/3 of the cases. For network-based, it needs to be accurate within 100 meters, and for handset-based, which generally translates into augmented GPS, 50 meters, and then for a higher percentage of calls, roughly 80 to 90%, to 300 meters if it's network-based, or smaller numbers, 150 meters, if it is handset-based. We should point out that in general, we have two forms of location, civic and geo. It's important to distinguish those because traditionally, if you look at landline services, we've always provided what's known as the civic street address location. That is what dispatchers go by, generally speaking. They don't generally type in GPS coordinates into a navigation device. They typically know their local service territory, and they go by street address, either because they don't need a GPS navigator or they use that, but that's the address you want. Obviously, typical location technologies for mobile devices only provides the so-called geolocation, longitude, and latitude. It's also important, while we tend to think of location as something two-dimensional, something you picture on a map, in many situations for indoor location, you do worry also about the elevation, namely the floor. That's clearly very important if you think of high-rise apartment buildings or office buildings, where just knowing the building just narrows it down to a few hundred apartments, and you can imagine how difficult it would be then to determine as to behind which door is that medical emergency if you don't have any other information in that. If we look at the location requirements, there are a number of, unfortunately, somewhat contradictory requirements. We all want this location to be as accurate as possible. We need to be able to identify the accident or the scene of the incident precisely enough. We don't need it down below that, but that's what we want for dispatch. We want it to be secure. We don't want to allow people to spoof the location. Some of you may have heard of a relatively new term called swatting, where somebody calls into 911 and reports an incident, imagined incident, at often a famous person's house. This seems to be very popular in parts of Los Angeles, where somebody thinks it's really, really clever to say that there's an armed intrusion home invasion at an actor's home or whatever, and then a SWAT team shows up at that location. That clearly is extremely dangerous, besides being a waste of precious first responder resources. If you could fake location easily, that would make it even easier to perpetrate these type of attacks. We also need a quick time to fix, which means it can't take forever to determine where the victim is calling from. Otherwise, the dispatch gets delayed. For some of you who have older GPS navigation devices, you know that if you first turn it on, it could take a minute or two, or sometimes even longer before it can determine where the device is. And so AGPS and other technologies accelerate that. It has to be cheap. Unfortunately, there's probably little willingness for most consumers and carriers to spend, say, $50 on a device that may only sell for $100 on location technology. So GPS, for example, really only became widely available once it was installed in volume at essentially minimal incremental cost. And it helps if it can be used for commercial applications as well, navigation, e-commerce type of applications. The most challenging part, and that's the one we're dealing with at the moment, is it needs to work everywhere. It needs to work indoor, and both in kind of more residential, smaller residential buildings, as well as in challenging buildings that shield radio energy, including GPS satellite. Urban and rural, forested, urban canyons, all of those are challenging for GPS in particular. In some cases, we also wanted to work with uninitialized devices when we care about that. Right now, roughly speaking, and this depends on the PSAP, about 70% of 911 calls are mobile phones, and about 35% has been discussed here on the committee are mobile-only households. Combine the two, we don't know exactly how many calls, 911 calls today are indoor mobile calls. That's a little bit hard to determine, not usually tracked by PSAPs, but just by putting those two numbers together, you can imagine that that's an increasing fraction of calls that used to be landline 911 calls are now mobile indoor 911 calls. Again, particularly for medical emergencies, it makes the dispatch much more challenging than it used to be. Indoor location is challenging because you both need higher accuracy. You really do want to locate the apartment, for example, or the office suite in a large commercial building. And existing technologies that have been so successful in the outdoor arena, namely GPS in particular, just don't work very well in most tall residential buildings, for example. And you can't do testing easily. Drive testing just isn't a particularly viable proposition for indoor, except maybe in a mall or something. We have looked at, as people have looked at this, at broad classes. I won't go through those buildings, depending on how they're constructed. And there's also some special cases that are particularly challenging, but probably less relevant, like parking garages, all concrete, underground in some cases. CISRIC, one of the other advisory committees to the commission that has taken on indoor location in particular as one of their challenges to look at. In late 2012, they conducted a sample test to look at Cree Technologies, and they used 19 buildings in the Bay Area, 75 different test points in various locations in the building to see what existing commercially available or nearly commercially available technologies could deliver. We had initially a larger number of potential contestants, if you like. Some of those decided that for a variety of logistical and product readiness reasons that they would defer participation to a later incarnation of this particular test. So NextSnap, Polaris, and Qualcomm entered technology into that and participated in that particular test. I won't go through the numbers here because you can't read them anyway except on your slides. But I want to highlight that, one, the good news is that we have, for almost all the technology, regardless of the building, we get a yield, namely the number of successful calls where you had some location determination of 90% and above, and again, for some technologies, well above 95%. So the good news is that you'll at least get some location fix indoors as opposed to being completely clueless where in the city somebody might be in some cases. Unfortunately, and that's the not so great news on the next slide, is that the accuracy for those is certainly not at the apartment level. In some cases, you could say it's at the building level, but even that is not always guaranteed. So you may be able to narrow it down to a block in a dense urban area like Washington, D.C. or New York or Boston or so on. But you're not quite close enough to narrow it down to an apartment. Only one of those technologies provided as part of their technology capabilities a floor-level location, so I haven't discussed that here. It turns out that that's actually, relatively speaking, easier. You can use a variety of relatively simple sensors, barometric sensors, and acceleration sensors to get a reasonably good estimate, plus minus one floor, as to where somebody is with some external assistance. Indoor XY location turns out to be challenging. There are a number of other location technologies that we have not traditionally used, but that may provide additional opportunities. Wi-Fi-based IP network addresses, digital TV, FM radio, terrestrial beacons, all of those are now being looked at because indoor location is becoming an interesting commercial proposition, not just a 911 issue. I think there is some consensus emerging that it is likely that there won't be a single magic solution that will reach our goal of having apartment level or office level location determination for long term. Different technology offer different trade-offs in terms of speed, accuracy, cost, security, and will likely end up with a hybrid where these technologies complement each other. I should also point out that many devices today, as you probably know, have such a hybrid system built into the smartphone, for example, and even into your web browser, so that you can be located on a map or that you can be shown the nearest Starbucks type of location. So what are the next steps? We are trying to get to a point where we can formulate both long and short-term goals, recognizing that, as has happened for outdoor location technology, that this is a technology in evolution. So it will be helpful, we believe, to industry, consumers, and the public safety community to have a sense of a longer-term plan that people can build around. The transition to phase 2 illustrated that this was a give and take between the mandates that were offered from the Commission and technology availability. As it became clear what was required in terms of public safety, industry responded with technology that met those requirements. And conversely, as particularly commercial location needs emerged, they further drove the precision availability of outdoor location technology. We hope for the same fruitful back and forth in the indoor location space, where we can help accelerate technology evolution, as well as technology evolution can facilitate what we, I suspect, all agree on, that we want to never have a situation where a 911 call or text is placed and the first responder desperately needs to locate that person because they cannot identify their emergency, and precious minutes or more are lost before that victim is found. So there are 4 main issues that we are addressing, namely, how do we identify the building itself? That would probably be on the short-term horizon. Good enough location indoors that you can at least with some confidence identify the building. How do we identify the apartment, both in terms of floor level and in terms of the actual XY location in that? It may well turn out, in order to make that feasible on a shorter time scale, that we may have to sacrifice other considerations such as yield or security, and recognize that this information won't always be completely reliable or completely predictable, but it is better to have, as at least we've been told by public safety, to have information available even if on occasion it is seen as uncertain, as opposed to simply suppressing information that might help us, as long as we know roughly how good it is or whether it is trustworthy and can be checked by, say, comparing it to course location. And we're looking at what are good testing modalities in that environment that are giving us confidence that the technology actually works in the field, not just in the lab, but avoids having to go certainly through every building or a large sample of buildings to do the testing at great expense and effort without really the payoff that goes along with that. So we're looking for testing modalities that achieve a good balance between confidence in the operational performance as well as reasonable costs, so that the technology actually gets deployed. And we're looking forward to contributions by the public safety community, by the disabilities community, as well as by certainly industry, both on the provider, technology provider, as well as the carrier side, as we move forward pretty quickly on identifying that roadmap, as well as moving forward on a longer-term basis to the location that I think we all need to make 911 as effective as it can be, given the change to a mostly mobile voice communication and text communication environment. With that, I gladly take questions.
All right, we're going to go Norm, Christian, Paul, Donna. Norm.
Great presentation, Henning. Thank you. I agree with you. testing GPS technology, we've been testing for 2 years, and the accuracy has been greatly improving. But the question for you really is, how do you pass that location information to the PSAP? I was thinking that maybe you could use within the SMS client, you could actually send location every so many seconds. And that would help with the routing issue as well. The roaming issue as well. So that information would tell you where the person is so that you could connect to the appropriate PSAP based on the smartphone's native GPS. Not, if it's not embedded within the SMS client, what transport method would you use for sending that location information to the PSAP?
Okay. I'll be happy to address that. As it happens, a number of years ago, in cooperation with one of the large cell phone carriers, we implemented roughly what you just described for SMS, namely the ability to add handset-derived location information to an SMS message. The unfortunate part is it does require changes in the SMS client, which we're trying to avoid, but it is technically feasible to do that within the constraint of the 160-byte limits, 160-character limits that you have on SMS. That clearly does require also cooperation by the TCC, for example, to relay that information. Longer term, and again, there's really two aspects. One is for traditional voice call, we would envision that much of the existing location technology in terms of location servers would also be used for indoors. We don't want to create something completely new because otherwise PSAPs won't be able to handle it, and so on. We do envision that as we get more IP-based text application, the interconnected text applications, as we call them, they have the ability to get location information and convey that because they're not constrained by the legacy SMS interfaces and kind of kludges that we need to do to make that work in SMS. So I see multiple opportunities, particularly for interconnected text vendors in the text space, to work with TCC vendors in particular to make accurate location information available relatively quickly. You still have the indoor problem because even if you look at the indoor location technologies that are on the handset, they're usually not very good. The Wi-Fi technologies, for example, they might get you a building, but Google, Apple, Skyhook, they don't do indoor testing except for some public buildings, and so they don't really know which apartment you're in since they don't have a way to get ground truth for that.
Just a quick reply to the first part of your message. I was talking about sending a separate message through SMS to convey that location. Sorry, I'm not on camera. 1 second. I was thinking of sending a separate SMS message to convey location so you don't have to worry about the 160-character limit. So that would be a workaround to send a second message to pass through that data regarding location. IP is better, but then we still have the roaming issue. So ultimately, if we go through the SMS client, you could be anywhere and that information would still be passed through, regardless of whether you're in a rural area. So, we would look to primarily IP as the first option, but if that didn't work, then SMS would be a suitable backup.
Yeah. And just to respond to that, I would certainly want to encourage, since it's been very productive so far, the kind of industry standard efforts both within the NINA context as possible, as well as within the ADIS context, to see as on a going forward basis whether exactly these type of location enhancements can be done, at least for some SMS cases, recognizing legacy handset issues, so that where location is available, that might help address roaming as well as other challenging situations. So I would certainly encourage to take on that challenge because there may actually be possibilities to do that at relatively modest cost.
Chris, did you want to make a quick comment to that?
Yes, this is Chris Littlewood, St. Pete College again. This is a former responder dispatcher and me talking again. Just whether we're talking about E911 or NG911 or the different platform of text instead of voice, the first line of defense for the exact location of the caller remains to be the dispatcher at the PSAP. No dispatcher is going to receive a call and not have one of the first questions be, where are you? So that you can clarify, I'm under my desk on the 3rd floor, or I'm under a pile of rubble in the corner of the southwest room. So technology for exact location is certainly improving, but dispatchers will always be the first line of defense for that. So in conjunction with the two, I think we're moving forward in the right direction. But I just wanted to reiterate that the dispatchers play a very valuable role in asking the right questions. That's why I was mentioning before about the importance for PSAPs to be able to get the information that they need so that they can update their operating procedures to include how they need to handle location for 911 calls when they're received via text.
Thank you, Chris. I have Christian, Paul, and then Donna. Christian?
This is Christian speaking. I have a question related to one particular carrier that provides next generation service, location services, excuse me. NextNav. They have come to the deaf and hard of hearing community and asked for our support. They're awaiting a waiver from the FCC. And they mentioned a progeny waiver. The FCC has recently approved that waiver. And so could you talk about what that means for next steps?
So I'm guessing a little bit, you might be talking about the progeny NextNav waiver. Is that the one you're referring to? Yes. One of the entrants in the CESRIC trial was indeed NextNav, and they have recently received a authorization to deploy their technology on a large scale. And certainly that technology, along with possibly several others, will get us closer to provide indoor location. We are not the only entrant in this field. I don't want to say that they are going to solve the problem or that there are no other solutions, but they certainly add another offer to our range of possibilities. I do not know, because it's a corporate decision, as to how soon they will roll out their technology, and obviously will depend on handsets as well as carriers using whatever new technologies become available. In some cases, these types of technologies require no handset upgrades or no handset changes. In other cases, they do. So this requires really three parties to play along, namely the public safety community, certainly, and the vendors of location services, handsets, and carriers. This is not something which any one of them can do by themselves.
Thank you. Paul?
Still waiting.
Get your hand up.
I have it.
Maybe speak in the microphone and they'll get
See if your mic's on.
Okay, testing. There we go. Paul Michaelis with Avaya. I was wondering how the technical challenges and solutions might differ depending on whether I'm connected through my cellular service provider versus a Wi-Fi connection.
That's a very good question, and I skipped that particular aspect, and I have limited time available. But you point out a very important consideration as kind of what are called HETNets, heterogeneous networks, become kind of a buzzword of the industry, where at least likely that many calls, including 911 calls, will traverse a Wi-Fi link, whether they are PBX calls or whether they are in-home type of over-the-top type of calls, or even calls carried by traditional cellular providers. It is quite likely that at least some fraction of those will use Wi-Fi. And clearly for text, particularly interconnected text application, there'll almost invariably be a Wi-Fi link involved there. For indoor calls in particular. So we do see that as one of the challenges that we want to address, where Wi-Fi is both a challenge and an opportunity. It's a challenge because it may require infrastructure upgrades. It's an opportunity because generally these devices are professionally installed, particularly in buildings that are professionally managed, and they don't tend to move, they're nailed to the ceiling. And so it's relatively easy to use those as beacons that announce their location. There are indeed existing IEEE standards as well as IETF standards for providing location through Layer 2 and Layer 3. There's an IEEE standard in particular that does that, and we hope, and we are starting to work with vendors of large-scale, particular commercial Wi-Fi infrastructure to make sure that gets built into the systems. Again, the hard part there is really requires for Wi-Fi 3 parties, namely the building owners, the IT department, to populate the location information, for Wi-Fi access points distributed, and very importantly, for handset vendors to actually make use of that information. So particularly looking at some of the industry representatives here in the room, if you're in any one of those categories, we would be delighted to talk to you how we can accelerate that, because I think that will be one of the quickest ways to get apartment or floor or office suite level location at relatively minimal cost and disruption for everybody. And we want to make sure that we enable that by appropriate rulemakings where there are hindrances that might stand in the way of doing that.
Thank you. And then we have Donna.
This is Donna. My understanding is that GPS can recognize someone's location, and that there's been testing working on using that system. I would actually like to raise two comments for consideration. Last year there was an exhibit fair regarding text to 911, and there were some vendors who participated, and I noticed that some of them with their text applications were actually including location information. And I asked them, what about folks who are off GPS, who turn off their GPS? Will that still work? And some of them said yes, that location finding would still function. I know several people turn off their GPS for safety reasons, so that they cannot be located. So I'm just wondering if there's an option that's available for folks who are calling 911 via SMS or some other way for the location information to still be passed to the PSAP. The second comment that I have is that many of us use the relay service to contact 911, especially when we're using our mobile devices. We have smartphones or tablets or other computers, other network-based services. When we're calling 911, we need to use a third party to go through that third party. The relay service is not able at this point to electronically forward that location information, the longitude and latitude, to the PSAP that we're calling. So I would recommend taking under consideration a way to pass through that location information when calling through a third party such as VRS.
You raised two very important issues that I'll try to address those. The indoor location one, when you or others talk to vendors, it's really important to ask more detailed questions, namely when people say location information is available, they may say that the rough Wi-Fi based location information is available, but that's particularly indoors often only gets you to kind of a city block level, because that's all what the vendors that provide that, three large ones that have large market shares include Google, Apple, and Skyhook, that do these drive testing and determination. They can only know, since they don't go indoors, they can only know as to roughly in which city block or which street crossing you're in. So you get some location, but it is not very precise. GPS, as you hinted at, in buildings, once you get away from a window or you're no longer in a wood frame structure, just doesn't work. That's unlikely to change, given that we are essentially at the technical limits of the sensitivity of GPS receivers. Long terms, there's some next generation GPS systems that have higher power that might help a little bit with that, but those are many years out at the moment. On the transmission side to VRS, that's also an important consideration. Again, the classical model for VRS location was similar to the voice over IP registered location. The idea was that VRS terminals would be in a fixed location, and the VRS user would, just like for interconnected VoIP, would register their street address and apartment number, say, with the VRS provider in that. As you mentioned, as we go mobile, that is no longer helpful. At the moment, that is challenging. What we like to do as we develop the video relay service standards based on the new order, location delivery to the video relay service, and as they interconnect with NG and IP-based technologies onto the PSAP, is a core criteria for the standard. The standard solution exists. They just need to be part of that profile for video relay service. Our first goal is that longitude, latitude information will at least be conveyed to the CA at the video relay service operator, so that they can use mapping software, or if it really have to, relay the longitude and latitude orally to the PSAP. That's far from ideal, but that might be a first step that is better than what we have today. Long term, I think all of us want to get to a point where video relay service in particular will deliver longitude and latitude indoors and outdoors directly to the PSAP, just like it would be from a cell phone today for primarily outdoor location. But that's very much a goal, and we would encourage everybody here who participates in the video relay service standards work to make sure that actually that promise gets delivered on.
Thank you. Go ahead. Christian?
This is Christian. From my perspective, the first most important step with VRS location is to pass that information to the call, so the call can be appropriately routed. And right now, that's not happening. We don't have a solution for that.
So by routing the location to the CA and the video relay service provider, they now have a means for mobile calls as well, since many of the providers that actually enable 911 services for the video relay service providers are the same ones that do that for interconnected VoIP. They can then use that as well, and for other services, they can use that to at least identify the correct PSAP. So that seems like something, as soon as we get the location delivery set up through the standards, that at least the provider can do enable the correct routing, even if that location isn't automatically delivered to the PSAP. We're not there yet, but that's certainly a short-term goal in that. The practical difficulty, I'll just mention that, is as we all know in video relay service, we increasingly rely on commodity off-the-shelf hardware and software for the consumer equipment. the market for video relay service just isn't large enough to support custom hardware and to a lesser extent custom software anymore. So we will have to rely on vendors of existing video communication equipment, software, and hardware to make sure that the 911 location delivery is built into their products. We're literally, just before I walked in here this morning, we are having discussions on how to facilitate that.
Christian, you have a follow-up?
There's at least one company that is providing location services to the CAs. The problem lies in the fact that the information is not being sent to the router. It's not being used to route the calls. And I asked why not, and I've never actually gotten a good answer to that. Where is it a technical challenge? Is it a legal challenge? Is it not knowing who's responsible for sending the information? The FCC needs to mandate that the VRS companies include that capability and just simply...
I would encourage you to make sure this thought, which is an important one, doesn't get lost, to make sure you make that known through the appropriate proceedings and as we develop a next generation for video relay service as part of the order. That is indeed an important consideration. And like you said, it's not immediately obvious why at least the existing type of location information cannot be conveyed end-to-end, since it is being done for a registered location today.
Gunnar, I would like to comment that we did so in
Gunnar?
Reach 112. Yeah.
Okay, just please speak up.
Yes. Okay. I wanted to comment that we had that system for providing location information to the PSAP through VRS in the Reach 112 project in Europe. A simple thing with the SIP bridge to do it.
Okay, thank you. Norman?
I'm wondering about passing that third parameter. We're talking about longitude and latitude location, but we should also be passing a measurement of accuracy. In the past, when we've worked with companies, we've needed to see how accurate that information is. Was it within 65 meters of the actual location? Was it within 200 meters? And the PSAPs, want to know the accuracy of those coordinates that they're receiving, not just the coordinates themselves. And that should be part of the standard, that they're also passing through the accuracy of their measurement.
Indeed. As I mentioned briefly during the presentation, for cellular providers, providing the accuracy, confidence, and uncertainty to the PSAP is indeed part of the rules as of January. We have not worked out the details for VRS in particular, but the technology standards for NG actually incorporate those. So NG-capable systems, once we get to the desirable point of actually delivering particularly VRS calls natively NG end-to-end without translation into legacy PSAP technology, that should happen more or less automatically. The difficulty still remains to identify that confidence. That's not trivial, but certainly the protocol mechanisms do exist. The challenge that I think, all want to address sooner rather than later is that we don't want to have a continuation of a situation that unfortunately exists today, where even if you have an NG PSAP, as we are starting to have in some states and groups of counties, that almost all calls are still handled the old-fashioned way and then just translated at the edge of the ESINet into an NG call. That loses a large part of the NG capabilities because they're only visible inside the ESINet. I suspect we all want video relay service calls in particular, because they are native IP calls, to never be translated back into voice, circuit switched voice, and legacy ALI technology along the way, because all of the good things, location, additional information, text, video, they all get lost in that translation. That's an important consideration, I think, for the communities here generally to advocate for as NG technology gets rolled out. Because my fear at the moment is that we're taking, in some cases, the easy route, do kind of NG inside, but legacy on the outside. That's shortchanging the NG technology, including for the exactly the reasons you mentioned.
You know what? Thank you. I'm sorry, did I miss someone? Oh, sorry, Peter. I apologize. Thank you. Yes.
Hello. Hi, this is Peter Musgrove from AT&T. Henning, thanks for a great talk. I was just curious on that CISR testing information. I see you referenced voice. I think you referenced test calls. Did that include any texting, or was that all limited to voice in those tests?
I'm almost certain it was voice only. The report is available online, so I don't want to say that with 100% certainty, but I believe at the moment, simply because the back-end infrastructure was the standard location infrastructure where it was available, say, for Polaris and Qualcomm. NextNav obviously is not a deployed system at the moment. It was voice only. One would hope that without roaming considerations, which obviously pose their own challenges, that SMS text calls, as opposed to over-the-top type of text messages, would be able to use the same type of technologies as enabled, at least because it uses the same infrastructure as the cellular call. But the tests were done using voice, as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else I've missed on the bridge? Okay. Henning, thank you very much. Before we break for lunch, I want to thank Peter again for moving his presentation to after lunch, so our appreciation for that. And we're going to come back at 1:15, just to kind of on the dot. We'll start at 1:15, and then before we break, Richard had just a couple comments, so then we'll break.
Yes, thank you, David. I just want to take a few minutes. I just want to take a few moments to thank Don Mitchell for providing breakfast. And also thanks to Jim House from TDI and Andrew Phillips from the National Association of the Deaf. And I believe Jim House wants to say a few words on behalf of himself. He wants to share a few words before I share Andrew's comments. This is Jim. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide lunch for the meeting. This is our way, on behalf of the NAD, because Andrew wasn't able to make it here, on behalf of the NAD and TDI, this is our way of thanking you all for the work that you've done and your collaboration throughout the years. We are proud to say that we have something to show for the hard work that we've been engaged in all this time, and we look forward to continued collaboration as NG 911 continues to evolve. Thank you so much. This is Richard. Thank you, Jim. Also, Andrew Phillips asked me to say a few words on behalf of the National Association of the Deaf as well. I want to make sure that I don't change or alter what he sent along. The NAD is pleased to congratulate the EAAC on its hard work in making emergency services more accessible for deaf and hard of hearing people. The work the EAC is doing is very important to the deaf and hard of hearing community, as we often struggle to quickly connect to emergency services. And during emergencies, we cannot afford to lose valuable time. Again, I want to reiterate my thanks to everyone on the committee and all of your work. Thank you. That was from Andrew Phillips on behalf of the NAD.
It's lunchtime. Like. All right, everyone. I have 2 minutes past my starting time of 1:15, so we're going to get this thing rolling here. Just a quick note before I get into Peter's presentation. There is a hand-raising tool that's EAAC and EAAC1. I think Richard's monitoring both of them. If you could, we would probably just prefer to be on the EAAC. So if you're on the other one, we'll keep an eye on it, but for the most part, to be on the EAAC hand-raising part. Okay. Can somebody give me a quick bridge check, make sure the bridge is working?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. All right, we're ready to roll. All right, I think we go ahead and get this started. Peter, we're going to move to Peter Musgrove. He's going to do a discussion on the ADIS TIA Joint SMS Standard. Peter, all yours.
Peter, did you get the clicker for your slides?
No, I did not.
Pass that down to Peter. Thank you.
So where should I point this, Cheryl?
You're not supposed to ask those questions.
Yeah, let's see. Okay.
Can we get the slides
He's
up?
loading the slides in. This is for, there we are. Okay. Thank you, David, for introducing. I see that we're behind by exactly whatever amount I take here, and we have Zenji and Susie with a very interesting discussion after this. I'll try to make this as brief as possible. Next slide, there we go. So just a little over a year ago, in March 2012, we had a situation which could have devolved into what may be considered chaos. Maybe that's a little bit of an overstatement, but we were in a situation where we had multiple vendors, multiple operators doing different trials, if you will, in different cities, some statewide, some just in cities throughout the country. Texting 911 was in danger of turning into a regional service when, for many years now, customers have learned to expect that nationwide they could make a voice call in the same way by dialing 911 throughout the country. So fortunately, through the awareness of groups like this, it helped turn things around, and an industry standard was created to allow for the same look and feel for the service nationwide. The genesis of this was that there was a desire to have the same treatment regardless of what phone technology type you had, whether it was a CDMA 2000 phone or a GSM UMTS or an LTE phone, or whoever your mobile operator was. We wanted this service to look the same everywhere. That was clearly a requirement that this group acknowledged. And in March 2012, ADIS and TIA agreed to work a joint standards project for the development of this SMS to 911 standard with these two different technology types, with ADIS having control of the GSM, UMTS, and LTE types, and TIA having CDMA 2000 and its expertise. We had to make some simplifying assumptions, as you do at the beginning of every fairly complex project, to get something out and to make something workable. Most of these things folks in this group are very familiar with, so I won't go down through and read every one of them. I will point out that no over-the-top SMS-like apps are supported explicitly in the current standard. So I know that's a difference from the report and order that talks about the interconnected text providers. And one key thing that I know this group liked was the fact that there was no pre-registration required, so it was going to be open to everyone in the general public to use, even though we talked about the mantra of call if you can, text if you can't type of thing, and hopefully the young people will pay attention to that.
What slide do you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't been advancing them. They've looked good on my screen. Okay, so yeah, hopefully the young people will pay attention to that call if you can, text if you can't mantra. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. In terms of location, it's a good thing that only course location is needed for routing here, because that's about all we'd be able to provide as operators. So it'll be the serving cell site or whatever similar course location can be generated by an operator's location-based services platform. All right. At this meeting, I have significant progress to report. We've actually just completed in March of 2013 this Joint Standard 110, which is titled Joint ATIS-TIA Native SMS and 911 Requirements and Architecture Specification. This defines requirements, architecture, and procedures for how text messaging to 911 emergency services should work. Again, I want to point out it uses only the native wireless operator SMS capabilities, no instant messaging or no over-the-top apps are included in this. And also good news, it supports both the existing generation PSAPs with, for example, a TTY interface, or if they have an IP connection, they can use an HTTP interface, or next generation PSAPs using a full NINA i3 type interface. If you can't see the top of this slide because of the captioning, it says obtain your Joint Standard 110 copy now. And this is very important. This was really put into place to let folks, especially keenly interested in this, like the folks in this group, to be able to get a copy for free of this standard. I believe an email was sent out to the EAC list a while back on this, but I want to remind folks that June 30th is the deadline for getting your free copy. So you can use the link in this soft copy that has been sent around. If you have any problems with this, just get a hold of me, or actually I'm doing this presentation on behalf of Jean-Paul Imard, who's on the phone. He or other ATIS staff members can help you with this. But the price goes up from free on June 30th.
Word to the wise.
Yes. All right. There were several reviewers of my presentation that asked that I either get rid of these acronyms or move them to the back. And I, being as obstinate as I typically am, said, no, I'm going to stick them right in the middle of this thing, because I want people to be able to see that they're there as we go into some other slides that have all these acronyms used. So I'm not going to go over them, but just so you know they're there. Now it gets us to this architecture picture, which you've seen before in a previous status that I gave several months back. But fortunately, this model stuck, and this is what is used in the standard. If you look on the left-hand side, we have the serving MSC. Let's see, the originating service providers network. The message center, the serving message center, is on the left-hand side, connected to a text control center, or TCC. The TCC is sort of the heart of this. You can see all the different interworking functions, starting with location, routing, the I3, if you're going to a NINA I3 network, the dereferencing interworking function if you're using location by reference and you need to query some elements to get that. Then going up the right-hand side, we have this HTTP interworking function, which provides an interface that's actually not standardized here, but it's acknowledged here as being used already by some implementations that vendors have provided. We call the PSAP that that HTTP interface goes to a transitional PSAP. And what we meant by that, it was transitional. It was between pure legacy that wouldn't have an IP interface and the I3 or NG type PSAPs at the bottom that are connected with an ESI net. And then finally, the PSAP in the top right is connected to through the ALI to the ALI interworking function and to a TTY interworking function. And that's to allow for the existing TTY machines at these PSAPs to be able to take these text messages, as Roger Hickson mentioned earlier today. If you want to see the protocol used on these different interfaces, The protocol is defined and standardized, and these are all the references. I won't go through these in any detail, but at least they're here. I want you to know this table is included in the documents. When you get your copy of the standard, you can see these. Mobile location protocol using some interfaces, MLP, LOST, location dereferencing using HELD. On the next slide, SMPP protocol from the SMSC to the TCC, and then you can see the others here. There's some ongoing standards work that's follow-up to this initial J Standard 110 publication. We published that standard, but we realized that it would be a good idea to have implementation guidelines be worked by the same experts who created the standard. And these are being worked in close cooperation with that SMS coordination group that Roger Hickson mentioned earlier. An example issue to be worked in this implementation effort is, if you look at that model that I just showed you in the standard, it looks like there's just one big TCC, and we're going to set something like that out in, say, Wichita, Kansas, and connect it to 6,000 PSAPs. Well, that's not going to be the way that this thing is implemented. Rather, there'll be some kind of a distribution network. These TCCs are likely to have to talk to each other as well as to PSAPs. So figuring out how that distribution network can operate is going to be in the bailiwick of this implementation guidelines project. And the planned letter ballot or completion for this is September of this year, to give enough lead time for that kind of a standard to be useful to affect the May 2014 deployments that are required by the FCC. And similarly, there's another project that we call implementability fixes for J Standard 110. This is if the J Standard needs, if it has any errors or if it needs any clarifications or any additions, then we plan to finish that also by September 2013. An example here is that FCC bounce back report and order mentions a capability whereby someone at a PSAP, based on perhaps network congestion or some other issue with the PSAP, wants to temporarily stop all text messages from coming in and then perhaps resume those texts coming in later. There needs to be some kind of a capability. Now, this could be as simple as a voice telephone call to the relevant TCC provider or the relevant operator. We hope to try to get support for something more automated or more electronic than that. So it's actually some kind of protocol message sent back that says suspend these for a certain amount of time, or suspend these until I tell you that I want them resumed. So we're going to try to work on an electronic means of this. And then the TCC would provide a bounce back message to the users for the period where the suspend was in operation.
Peter, Mr. Roger Hickson, thought about that?
Yeah, Roger, you have a question?
Yeah, I think the term suspend may be questionable. I would think that in 911 service we ought to provide an opportunity to suspend those calls from going to that particular PSAP, but redirect them to some other PSAP. In other words, an alternate point of receipt.
Yeah. The FCC explicitly asked for this suspension capability, and one of the issues, Roger, that we did identify in our latest meeting, actually was earlier this week, was what is the relationship between the suspend resume capability and the sort of automatic rerouting that the NENA I3 standards allow for. There seems to be some kind of an interaction there or a dependency. If they're totally independent, then there'll have to be a decision at the PSAP to do the capability that I have listed on the screen here. So that, yes, Roger, that automatic rerouting will have to be considered in association with this suspension and resume capability.
Yeah, I think this ought to be consistent with the way 911 calls in general are handled, if possible, and that is when you can't get to one particular PSAP for whatever reason, you send them to an alternate point. That needs to be something we think about working out, I think.
Yeah, agreed. Joel has a question.
Yeah, I might be misinterpreting this, so just jump on me. The word suspension means that if calls are coming in by some text format, you can suspend that?
Yeah, what the FCC capability asked for was the ability for a PSAP operator to suspend, for whatever reason, having text come in. Perhaps they're getting overloaded with text, perhaps it's a disaster scenario, and they're just getting flooded, and they just want to send a message to the TCC provider saying, please stop sending these to me now until we decide to have them resumed.
And what happens to the people who are sending the text message?
That when the TCC gets this suspend message, presumably the TCC can then mark that particular PSAP as one that's not currently willing to accept text. So it's just so the user will get the same bounce back they would get as if they were going to a PSAP that didn't support this at all.
But it's just mentioned, but they're not redirected automatically to another open center.
That wasn't part of the capability asked for in this suspend resume. Now, Roger Hickson just brought up the issue, well, wouldn't it be nice if you could take advantage of any automatic rerouting capabilities, which is independent of the capability that was mentioned in the FCC order. So I think there is a give and take with these two, and there'll have to be between the network and the PSAP operators, there'll have to be some understanding of how they want this to work and which one would take priority, the rerouting or this suspension.
Yeah, I think, Joel, what you're saying is very serious, and I think we have to really think about that and see. It should be automated. I don't want to get a bounce back, something's happening. I want to be treated just like everybody else and put in a queue or what have you. Here, automatically you're suspending the text coming in, but I think there needs to be, as was mentioned a few minutes ago, some automated rerouting of that to an open operator who can manage the call. Not just say, well, go back to a relay and make the call again.
This is David. I'm just going to jump in a second. Do you mind taking questions as we're going along, Peter, or do you prefer to finish your presentation?
It's fine. We can take them.
Then I think Kevin has a question then.
Kevin Green, Verizon. Really more of a comment. I just wanted to mention that in the current 911 scenario, those agreements between PSAPs to have calls rerouted are worked out amongst the PSAPs, and with limited deployment of text to 911, I'm not sure that there would be another location to route those text messages to this early in the process.
David, this is Jean-Paul.
Go ahead, Jean-Paul.
Your points, the points that have been made by Roger and those that followed are taken with thanks, and Peter has now been made aware of that, and we'll bring it back to the committee, and we will go from there. But the committee right now is working on these projects, so there's still time for that kind of input, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, back to you, Peter.
Okay. Let's see. There we go. All right. Roger gave a readout on this earlier. I just want to emphasize that there'll be a need for close ties between this service or this SMS 911 coordination group and ADIS for both of these current projects I just mentioned that are ongoing there. All right, the title of this slide, which you can't see because of the captioning, is SMS to 911 is a near-term interim solution. So we've talked about what we've done so far in ADIS, but I wouldn't want to end the presentation there. I want to talk about, well, what's next to go beyond this interim solution. There'll be a lot of interest, I know, among the people here in that. We think the long-term solution is based on this 3GPP multimedia messaging emergency services. That'll include not only text messaging, but the pictures and videos that we know for sure folks out in the field will want to be able to convey to PSAP call takers to help them explain these emergency situations. RTT is also one of the candidate technologies for MMES. So I know that will make Gunnar and others here happy, and that's been the case all along in 3GPP. And ADIS is going to begin to address these starting in the third quarter. In fact, as the chair of the committee, I have an action to bring in July a new issue statement to begin working on this MMES 3GPP work now into ADIS and bring the North American regulatory requirements into the fore. Okay, the title of this slide is 3GPP MMES. It was first introduced as non-voice emergency services, or some called it NOVIS, in 3GPP SA1, and there's a study report that's publicly available on the 3GPP website, this 22871 specification. Also 22101 is publicly available, again, on that 3GPP website. It defines the group called SA1 in 3GPP that does the service level requirements for these multimedia emergency sessions. And it includes a long-term vision of messaging and things like handling text and videos and pictures all at the same time, which is what folks here have said they want in a longer-term view. And the first version of this MMES specification was completed in 3GPP Release 11, which was done. The title of this slide is Opportunities for Next-Gen Priority Messaging. So the SMS that we're all familiar with was designed in Europe in the early 90s within the ETSI GSM groups at that time. And as such, it had no priority mechanisms envisioned and none ever added to it. One of the things that MMES could do is allow for priority capabilities to be added to certain messaging scenarios. In the last bullet, I mentioned that government priority users, people that use like the GETS type services today or NGN GETS in the future, will certainly be interested in this. But there's always been talk that emergency messaging or emergency calls, wouldn't it be nice if they had some kind of priority? There's a lot of reasons why calls don't have priority today and why SMS doesn't have priority today. But tomorrow, for this MMES messaging, there's a chance that we could add priority to that. So going through the network, if you had a disaster type scenario, these messages could get through when perhaps a normal MMES message from one member of the public to another member of the public wouldn't get through. This slide is titled 3GPP MMES Issues to be Resolved. This talks about, how RTT can be incorporated, the SIP message one at a time, instant messaging service, and then some mention here of other protocols that maybe need to be extended by ADIS for use for North American needs. But the key point is there at the bottom. There's a need for the industry to standardize these as quickly as possible, including media formats and protocols, to let this MMES service work. Certainly in the future, folks want to be able to provide these sorts of pictures to PSAP call takers, and standards should allow those future expectations to be met. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Any questions from anyone or comments?
Yes, Gunnar here.
Go ahead, Gunnar.
Yeah. When I cooperated with Christian Vogler and Greg van der Heijden and looked at the standard when it was completed, and we found a couple of gaps that we were happy enough to report in a meeting with ATIS. That's good, but I want to check what treatment it will have. We noticed, first thing was that we noticed there was no callback feature described in the standard, so the chance to call back from the PSAP to the user after the first session was closed. Have you picked up that, and will you handle that in the coming guidelines or any already in the interim solution, or what happens?
Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Gunnar. Gunnar, I'm glad you brought that up. Gunnar contributed several major potential changes to the ADIS group on a call a couple months back. The current status of that is all those items, Gunnar, are still under consideration, and we actually just started working on this implementation guidelines project, and really just this week started working on that implementability fixes project, which was just formally approved this week by TIA as a partner with Addis on that. So all of your work is still on the table, and it's all under consideration in both of those projects. Also, Gunnar, I should mention you've contributed that same material to Roger Hickson's coordination group in NENA, and I think there should be collaboration between the Addis TIA group and that coordination group on some of your points, because they're definitely implementation related.
Okay, sounds good. One other point that we also now report to EAC was about handling of the TTY as a PSAP terminal. There was little trace in the standard about taking consideration of how the PSAP currently operate the TTYs. So I saw a big risk that it would be a big difference between how TTY calls are handled with TTYs compared to how it will be when the SMS come in as a TTY call, and also risks that you have collisions and loss of data and so on. And so I hope that that's also covered in what you are looking at.
Yes, it is, and some of that on the PSAP side will especially be covered in Roger Hickson's coordination group as they write specifications geared towards the sort of PSAP best practices and operations practices for this.
Yeah, but it is the TCC that needs to adapt to old habits of the TTY and their operators, isn't it? Mainly.
Yeah, if it's TCC impacting, then yes, certainly it will impact the two standards projects that we mentioned.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's it. Sounds good.
Any other questions from anyone or comments? Peter, thank you very much. We're going to move into our afternoon discussions now. All right. So I'm not exactly sure how to kick this off, but I'm going to look to my left here and get to Zenji and Susie. And I think we're really, the topic here is, I'm going to just read what's on here, is the discussion on specific issues considering outstanding and possible next steps for continuing the EAC's mission. So I'm going to just kick it off to you.
Okay.
Please.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Zenji Nakazawa, FCC's Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. First, I wanted to thank my colleague, Susie Rosen-Singleton here. We've been working closely with this group, and I did want to say on behalf of David Turetsky, the chief of the Bureau, that really kudos to this group, really a commendable job. I personally am humbled by your effort and dedication, your level of expertise, your tenacity. It's not an evening that doesn't go by where, Matt and Gunnar, you aren't trading, for example, emails about something or another, and Roger piping in with different issues late at night, early in the evening, early in the morning. And also just to parrot what Karen Pelt-Strauss said, that this was essentially an extraordinary effort, and it was not done in isolation. And I know from the ground and from the trenches that we could not have come this far had it not been for your support and your input, which has just been invaluable at all levels. Having said that, today is the 14th, and next month on July 15th, the EAC, as we know it, will come to a close. Our term expires, but that chapter may close, but the mission still lives on. And the purpose of our discussion today is to look forward after this, our last meeting, to see how the organization would like to proceed and would like to continue its contributions to these various outstanding issues that still are before us. And there are many different ways to approach that. But I guess for starters, Susie and I and Karen and David Firth and the Bureau were looking at, well, if we could sort of identify, we already have from this morning, but identify those key issues that are important to this organization. Many are quite obvious. It might be worthwhile for the record to get those thoughts and issues and common issues on paper so that the group, after this meeting and until the organization expires, we can consider a path forward. I know there's been different ideas about how to proceed, and some have voiced concern that maybe the EAC should continue in a different form, but collectively. And generally, there's been also some viewpoints that perhaps the issues that the EAC holds close to its heart here could be best pursued individually. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Susie to see, if you had any comments, but then I'd like to open it up to the floor for general comments and ideas, and also just to get, for the record, again, a list of those issues that we would like to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Zenji. Appreciate that. I think that Zenji stated it very well. What we're going to be doing for the next 15 minutes or so, of course, we have some other reports that we want to look at this afternoon, but I wanted to hear from you, members of the EAC, how you feel about maybe some unresolved or burning issues that you feel need to be addressed. And then think about and look at the next steps. There are a lot of different options for how we can proceed, which we'd like to discuss as well. But now I'd like to give you the floor.
All right. I think Donna is first and then Christian second. Donna?
This is Donna speaking. I've got 3 things that I'd like to mention. The first is, well, if I could say, I'm from North Carolina, and I have been hearing that some of the PSAPs are in the process of establishing text to 911 using 5-digit numbers. Now, this is Al. I'm sorry, can we get closer in on Donna with the camera? It's a little bit difficult for us to see her. That's better, thank you. This is Donna. Do you want me to start over? No? Okay, great. So, as I was saying, in North Carolina, we see that some few PSAPs, are in the process of working to accept text to 911 using a 5-digit code rather than the 3-digit code of 911. And I find myself concerned because that then means that they have to do outreach to the public about what that 5-digit code is, because it is not 911. Now, it was my understanding that starting in May of 2014, any of those mobile devices should be able to use that 3-digit short code to text to 911, which would mean then that they're going to have to reach out to the community again. So they're going to do this outreach about the 5-digit short code and then about the 3-digit short code. There's some confusion there. I'm not sure how to resolve some of those issues. And that's one of my concerns. The second thing that I'd like to mention here this afternoon is that I would like to see consumer education really prioritized soon. Now, of course, I know that we've already have the Consumer Education Committee, but I don't know that we have agreement on the information that is going to be disseminated to the community at large. But for us to have a one-size-fits-all approach to consumer outreach is not going to work for all of our diverse communities with disabilities because they have different preferred methods of receiving information. The important thing is that we have culturally appropriate materials to share and messages to share with all of these people. And I'd like to make sure that that is done intentionally so that it's not going to confuse them, and we have a group that's responsible for coming up with some of those messages. The third issue is one that I just found out about yesterday, and it is that the Northern Illinois University, it's someone doing research there about experiences with trauma in handling 911 calls. And that survey they have completed, they're looking at a new project on video interpreters and trauma. Because if you recall, the video interpreters are often the first ones that are going to see the callers on the screen. At least they have certainly been for the last 10 years. So we want to make sure that that survey project moves forward and we get that information. But they're already working with one particular person who has offered to help them administer that survey. I'd like to suggest that we establish a committee to assist that person with their research, to help them make sure that they cover all the bases and not necessarily bias the research based on the perspectives of a few people involved in the project. And then that survey is going to be disseminated to all of the right channels and not very narrowly. It's my understanding that that in general, many interpreters are not members of RID. So we want to be able to reach out to many video interpreters, as many video interpreters as possible, and there are a lot of different avenues for doing that other than RID. Now, certainly we can get the support of RID, but we want to make sure that we do more than that as well. So I'd like to set up a committee to provide some support to that ongoing research, and that researcher at Northern Illinois University. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Christian?
This is Christian speaking. Okay, so from my perspective, the biggest issue that we are now facing is how do we transition from the current system to the NG911 system? So the EAC has been working to gather some really outstanding information about that process, but we have not necessarily identified the appropriate way to improve access to the 911 system. And the transition, although we may have our goals in place and what we'd like it to be like, the transition is really the sticky wicket here. And there are some issues that we're going to see that are persisting that are going to be some that we don't expect as well. And when those unexpected issues arise, we're going to find ourselves needing to look into them and find different ways to address those issues that were ones that we have not addressed heretofore as a part of the EAC. And it's going to be important that we gather information from everyone who's involved and impacted from that process, similarly to how we have the EAC now. So if we can figure out some kind of ongoing body or mechanism that is responsible for monitoring the issues as they arise and involving industry, consumers, and people with disabilities in those policy-making decisions, it's an important component of the ongoing work.
Al?
Al here. It really is important for us to share some information today. My concern right now is about outreach and publicity for some of this information. At the moment, children are learning a lot about 911 in their school systems. And as they grow and grow out of the school system, their access to information about 911 services is limited. And when we think about deaf adults today And when they learned that information about calling 911, which they learned through TTY when they were in school many years ago, and now we're switching to VRS, and now we're looking at switching to new technologies like SMS, the how and what of this new approach can be difficult for them. And what outreach are we going to have for people with hearing disabilities specifically? Is it going to be through the FCC's network? I'm sorry to say that deaf people generally don't read the information that comes from the FCC. I'm not sure who does. It may be a small percentage of Americans who actually do. Through radio, well, deaf people can't access information on the radio. Television, well, if we're showing things on television, we tend to see those types of public service announcements and other more dry information during the off hours and the overnight hours. So we need to look at how this outreach is going to be done to ensure that deaf people of all ages are going to have access to all the information, all of this new updated information on access to 911. And I'll say SK in TTY speak.
Go ahead, Norm, you want to add something?
This is Norm. I think that a different way to reach out to the deaf communities, I mean, if we think about the IRS did some outreach for the deaf community, creating ASL videos that were posted to a YouTube channel, and they were shared throughout their networks. That is certainly one possible avenue to look at, having ASL videos available that can be passed forward through multimedia channels. I think that's one good option. There are certainly others as well.
Go ahead, Al.
To add to, I'm sorry, wait for the camera. This is Al here. The reason why I thought of those things is because the FCC has been trying to get the word out to the public about VRS reform, among other things. And they use the form text format often. And they're not necessarily using signed formats. They're not necessarily using, current staff people who know sign language, who could provide that type of messaging. I do appreciate all of the FCC's efforts, but they're not necessarily as effective as they could be. The staff people here, the deaf people who work here, are very professionalized, and even when they do provide access to signed materials, the signs that they are using and the language that they are using is not necessarily the best choice or effective for all populations. So I'd like to make sure that we can look at, if there are some, I know, of course, studio time is difficult. It's hard to get time to put some sign language production in there. But I feel like there's not a lot of attention being paid to this, and it really should be featured a little bit more. I think we need to make sure that we establish a separate program specifically for this purpose, because we can't rely on the current promotional and outreach systems because they have other responsibilities that they need to address at the time, and I think it needs more special attention than that. Richard Ray. There we go. This is Richard. And this is relevant to the Media Communication Language Services. That document was developed by Working Group Number 3, and I think they did an outstanding job putting that document together. I also think that it's very important that we are looking at it again with some more attention from the perspective of the interpreting community, the PSAP community, the uncertified interpreter community, certified interpreters, so that we can get some of those differing perspectives on those details. And we can work with the FCC, the Department of Justice, and the deaf community as a whole to get into a further level of detail. Now, right now, the documents that we have put together are a little bit more general, and we want to get down to the detail level. For the NG environment, for the transition to the NG environment, I think both of those things, I would like to see a little bit more detail. I'd like us to go a little bit further on them.
Thank you. Go ahead, Joel, and then Donna.
I'm also in the queue, David.
I think the question was what happens next? And I think we're focusing on one specific component of that, and that's the need to provide outreach and education and training for people who might be users of this system, and I think that's very important. But I think there's other facets, too, that we need to be looking at, and it may be wise for the FCC to generate a committee, a commission, separate from that, simply to, not simply, but to set up the training, set up the outreach effort to various organizations around the country to facilitate that kind of transition or bringing people on board to understand what they need to do to access where this is going. I don't want to lose sight, though, that there's a broader issue, and that's the technology side of it. And I think that we also need to have some continuation, either informally or formally by the FCC or some of the other organizations that you guys are all members of. I hear all these acronyms of different commissions and groups, to sit down and continue your dialogue on improving the system, improving technology across vendors. So it's not just one doing one thing, it's you're sharing information, and through that kind of sharing come up with a better system that can be developed over the next 10 years, so where we go. The third is an area that we have not really approached, and the needs of other people other than the deaf community who are signers or who are in part of the organized deaf community. But as I've said several times, the largest number of people who are deaf or hard of hearing are among the elderly. And those people are not connected to the existing social service or social organizations, but we need to have some sort of outreach to them also, because I think this system will be very, very valuable. And as months ago we had a meeting on the Blue Sky, I think I chaired that a long time ago, there's going to be products out there that we haven't even thought about, that someone can press a button and generate a signal, a text message to some place to get some help at some location, and we don't even know how it's going to look, what it's going to look like. But I think this group may morph into more than one continuation of this group. One would be outreach among the deaf community. One would be outreach among deaf-blind community, which is a whole other issue, a whole other set of facts that we need to work at. Outreach to the elderly community, and also other uses for the system. I know Paul and I were discussing that this may be brought into other companies might want to use the same technology to make it a more marketable system, to increase the business opportunities for putting this online rather than just for a very limited core of people who may or may not need 911. I think there's a lot of potential here, but I don't think we should just focus on the outreach for the deaf community as one. It's one, strong one, but there's so many other areas that we should look at, and whether we do it as a group continuing on or morphing into subgroups or any other way. But I think the talent around the table is amazing, and we should try to find some way of making that happen and making sure this stuff continues. And I think the FCC would appreciate that kind of support and assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. I have Donna, and then I know somebody spoke up on the call, so we'll come to you after Donna.
Bernard.
All right, Bernard, thank you.
This is Donna speaking. I've got the camera on. Okay. This is Donna speaking. So I'd like to add to what Richard Ray mentioned earlier about the ongoing work of MCLS. So I would like to add some people that represent differing communities. So not only deaf, but deaf-blind, people who are late deafened or have lost their hearing later in life, deaf or hard of hearing, people who have speech disabilities, and people with diverse disabilities as representatives. The importance of including those diverse groups is because they are able to give their own perspective on their communication needs and their preferences. As I said earlier, it's not one size fits all. There may be several different ways that we need to communicate in order to accommodate all of their needs. Another reason why it's important to have representatives from those differing communities. And this is unique because NG 911 is intended to allow multiple systems to run at the same time and to serve multiple needs.
Okay. Bernard?
Yes. I would like to speak to the technical work that I think is needed. We've heard people talk about the need to get down to the next level of detail with MCLS. We've heard Henning talk about the interoperable VRS work. And, of course, we have before us a draft report on the gaps in NENA I3. When I look at all of that, I see the need for a very substantial amount of work. And in looking at the groups, I think at the moment we haven't devoted the resources that will be necessary to get all that work done. It's going to turn out to be, I think, a very substantial amount of work. And one concern I have is whether the groups that are doing that work are resourced properly and whether they have all of the expertise that they need to get that work done in a timely way. I think it would be unfortunate if all that additional work were to take, for example, several years. I think it needs to get done in a much shorter timeline, and to make that happen, it'll require a very substantial resource that I do not see being devoted to it at the moment. So one concern I would have is if multiple groups are created, overlapping groups in the technical area could actually delay that work getting done. And I think we need to focus on it and have some period where the resources are devoted and we make very substantial progress.
Thank you, Bernard. Matt Gerst.
Thanks. Matt Gerst with CTIA. So I think we've heard a lot of discussion about future efforts that we may want to consider as a collectively or individually. I did want to take a moment to be reflective a little bit on this group since this is our last meeting, and just wanted to note that I think it's been a very productive, eventful 2 years. Certainly on this body, I've been honored to serve on the EAC and represent CTIA and its member companies here with the EAC. We've accomplished everything that Congress set out for us. That's pretty incredible. We've accomplished, and hopefully by going through the reports this afternoon, everything we've set out for ourselves. Sure, we've had some robust, spirited discussions, but and we've done them at all hours of the night and day. But I think we've all learned a lot from each other in a way that will help ensure future generations have access to emergency communications. So I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the co-chairs, David and Richard, for their work. Thank the subcommittee co-chairs for their work in developing some of the reports. I know our member companies feel the same way that with the comments I'm expressing today. Certainly appreciate the opportunity that everyone's voice had an opportunity to be heard and contribute to all of the reports. So I'm not quite sure where we're going to go from here, but I certainly encourage continued collaboration with all of the stakeholders that are here today.
Thank you, Matt. Does anyone else have? Okay, Al, and then Bob. Bob after Al.
Al here. Seems like I have a lot to say, not only this afternoon, but all day. We've been hearing a lot of issues brought up. Donna brought up the issue of involving representatives from differing communities across the country. And I find myself squirming a little bit because the FCC often calls for meetings and expects people to pay from their own pocket to come to the meetings, which is very, very difficult for consumers to be able to afford flights to Washington, D.C. to attend meetings, to share their thoughts and opinions with you all. And if you take a look at how many deaf people the FCC has If we consider out of about 2,000 or 3,000, we have 2 deaf employees, I think, at the FCC, or 3. I'm not sure who the third one is. There is a third person in the office. This is Susie. There is a third person in the office. Oh, okay. I don't know who that is. But 3 still, I think, is not enough. So who is representing deaf people here? I always get that acronym. What is it? MCLS. Thank you, Donna. So MCLS is a very complex issue. Very complex. And it could often be overlooked or misunderstood. We need to ensure that we've got enough deaf people on board, so to speak, whether they be staff members or committee members, to ensure that the FCC is meeting their objectives and that we have the right people involved there. How and what that looks like, I'm not sure. But ultimately, the issue is money. Can the FCC make any exceptions to pay for consumers who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford, in the case of hardship, to be here at these meetings? And I think those meetings would be more productive, more effective. I am here because CSD is located in Sioux Falls in South Idaho, who couldn't afford to be here every month. So they asked me to come here as a representative for CSD. It's just one example.
Bob?
Bob Mather here with the Department of Justice. I know that you've already heard that DOJ is planning to publish a proposed rule, an NPRM for access to NG 911 services in the near future. And we would really appreciate the opportunity here to talk with you about the various issues that have been raised, and we want you to be aware of that in the near future, that we will have that proposed rule, and we would include your involvement, and also to hear from the FCC and to have resolutions that might even overlap. So we really look forward to that and working with you again. Today is not the last day. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Oh, thank you. Paul?
There we go. This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. As I'm sure all of you know, Avaya is not just a manufacturer of 911 PSAP equipment. That's actually a very, very small component of the contact center business for us. We manufacture the contact center equipment for a lot of private industries, banks, insurance companies, whatever. And an important point I want to convey to you is that right now, and forgive me if I'm mistaken here, but I have the impression that many people in the room would be expecting the sort of solutions we've been discussing here to be implemented as a matter of regulatory compliance. And I want to emphasize that by far the best way to ensure that these solutions actually get built is if, to put it bluntly, we can make money from doing it. So along those lines, what I would urge you to consider is that give some thought to what our primary contact center customers would be interested in. Specifically, just for example, if you are deaf, let us know what kinds of capabilities that a particular bank or insurance company might have to have for communication purposes to get you to switch your business over to them from your current supplier. So again, you're going forward, please do what you can to convey to us the sort of economic incentives that would motivate one of our customers to buy equipment from us that has the sort of capabilities you've been requesting. And so, again, going forward, please keep in mind what really does motivate the building of the sort of capabilities you want. And it's not regulatory issues. and provide feedback to me and to other equipment manufacturers about what it would take to create an economic incentive to build these solutions.
Susie?
And in the interest of time, I just want to make sure that we get everything covered. If there are not additional comments at this point, then I would like to say that your input is critical. And although we recognize July is the end of the July 14th is the end of the EAC term, this is not the end of collaboration. We appreciate hearing from you and from the working groups and our proceedings. You're always welcome and invited to put your input. The ASL video on VRS reform will be released anytime. And so I want to recognize the importance of direct communication with the community, because I know that was raised. And so we're looking at many alternative solutions. We're exploring options, and I know it's sometimes resources are a challenge for all of us, but we are looking to maximize the potential for collaboration and inclusion of a variety of different perspectives. And your input now is critical, and as it will be going forward, we look forward to looking into additional options in the future. We really appreciate the work that you've submitted thus far, and if there are any final comments, I know that we've got 3-4 more reports to look at before we wrap today. So, any final comments? Anyone on the phone have anything to contribute?
But this is David. Just to kind of, I don't know if I'm summarizing a little bit, but part of the agenda was to gather some information. Are you still open to, I guess, written input over a certain period of time? Do you have like a time period which in the next week you're looking, or 10 days, or what's kind of the plan? You're looking for, obviously we have vocal comments. Are you accepting some written input for the EAC mission, and then are you going to put something out to the full EAC on sort of what you heard and kind of organize? I mean, I got these into outreach seems to be a big issue, and the area of focusing and scoping the activity, so don't have 10 people on 10 different committees and doing stuff. So can you just give a little next steps?
Yeah, I don't think we had it for procedurally any kind of timetable, but I think the committee, the charter does go on for another month, so and people may want to think of things and at their leisure to submit something before the end of the charter, but really I think it's more of a thought piece of really looking at the mission and what we've accomplished, but also what next steps we might want to contemplate as we go forward to push these various issues that were just listed today.
I'm just going to interpret that. If you have more things, go ahead and send them to you and Susie.
Yeah, very good.
Just as all right. If there are there any other comments or input that maybe I missed anyone? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving right along, I guess. So the next part of the agenda really deals with the review and approval of outstanding subcommittee final reports. I can say that over the last week there's probably been quite a few emails, and so we're going to run and let the subcommittee co-chairs kind of give us a little briefing of where these documents are and kind of what they're looking for. The first one I have is this SC5, which is the NENA I3NG 911 gaps. Who's speaking on that, please? Is that Christian? Christian, okay.
I need to have the slides up, please.
Can we get the slides up, please?
Do you need a clicker? Slides, please.
It's number 5.
I got it up. I have it up here.
Thank you.
5.
Oh.
Thanks.
It's not wireless yet, huh? Thank you. Whoops. All right, slides are up. Thank you. Christian, all yours.
Okay. So, subcommittee number 5 is focused on identifying the gaps in the NENA I3 specifications. Co-chair is Brian Daly from AT&T and myself. I'll give you a little bit of background on this and the reason why we decided to engage in this work. You have to recall that the NENA I3 was approved prior to the EAC collecting information for their recommendations. Now, at the same time, the EAC did not look at the standards and specifications specifically. The EAC rather focused on the functional requirements. What functionality, what service capabilities are required for people with disabilities? Then meaning, because NENA I3 happened before our recommendations and the EAC recommendations do not fully align with the NENA I3, and then we find ourselves with some gaps, which we need to look at what is missing from I3. It's very important for me to emphasize our purpose here is not to attack or criticize NENA I3. I3 is a very wonderful accomplishment, and I want to be very clear about that. For the purposes of this report, we looked into a list of different issues. There certainly are issues that need to be addressed. And we don't mean to dismiss I3. They did some amazing, wonderful work. But there are a few things that need to be modified, added to, and looked into further. Okay. This report was put together under a bit of a time crunch. Part of that is because we did not realize that both co-chairs of the committee were completely in over their heads in terms of time. Something is beyond our control. So the report is a little bit different from normally what you might expect to see from us. However, we had lots of discussions over email and collected a lot of different thoughts. Some of the topics that you may look at there, at least that came up during the email, may have been a little inaccurate. We wanted to make sure that we only included in the report what we know is accurate. It may not be a comprehensive list, but we want to make sure that we have important stakeholders look at this list and identify if there's anything that we missed or anything incorrect that we need to address in the future. I'd also like to add that some of these issues may have already been resolved or may be resolved in the next revision of NENA I3. Okay. So the overview. We have several different types of gaps that we have identified, different categories. The first is a person with a disability calling 911 services involving either a communication assistant or interpreting services. The second, how to handle multimedia calls with clear audio, but not only that, real-time text, which of course has some gaps, and video, which of course has some gaps. The third, text-based conversations. There are a lot of things that we need to look into there. And the fourth and fifth, really, which are related. The fourth is interoperability of voice calls. And the fifth is how to deal with TTY calls. Our sixth category is how to deal with our legacy PSAPs. that are going through that transition to NG 911. Some of those PSAPs are not ready for that transition, and how do we ensure that if a consumer is using new equipment and the PSAP uses old equipment, that we don't have any discontinuity of service there. And finally, there were some issues that did not fit into any of these other categories, and those have been labeled other. So category number 1, involvement of interpreters or communication assistants. The first point that we identified here throughout the transition to NG 911, if a user is making a call through a video service and is forwarded to 911 for a direct conversation through an interpreter there, this is something that needs to be identified and researched more clearly. The second is MCLS, as we've talked about earlier. A user calling 911, how do we make sure that they are automatically routed not only to the PSAP but also to MCLS services? Third, NENA I3 has a large number of different call flows. It's a very huge undertaking to test all of those things. We want to try to whittle that down to make sure that we can test the functionality that people with disabilities are just going to be able to call 911. Next, multimedia calls, and specifically their setup. With audio, we're fine. When we add in video and text-based communication, there are still some more details that need to be hammered out. How do we pass along this information? The second point here is XMPP, whether that will be included or not. NENA I3 seems to have not yet come to a decision as to whether XMPP is going to be included in NG 911. So we need some clarity on that, and if XMPP will be included, we need to clarify about how we can support for real-time text and for multi-user chat, which is something that we need for MCLS. And it's very, very important if we are including MCLS in these calls, that's now become a multi-party communication and needs to have appropriate support. To continue on multimedia call setup. The timeout for these text sessions being very short, 2 to 3 minutes, could pose some challenges. If there is a person with a fine motor skill disability, for example, a deaf person with cerebral palsy who may not be able to put together a message under that 2 or 3 minute time horizon, they may need more time before their call time's out. If there's a person who is calling 911 through video, audio, and text, we need some more specifications about how all three of those are going to interact over the course of the same call. In the event that you're disconnected from 911 and get a call back from 911, that works for a voice call, but when we step into the video or text-based realm, we're still lacking some detail about how that should function. And in addition to that, MCLS. How can an MCLS user receive a call back from 911 services? The last point we identified on multimedia call setup is with video quality. In the event that the quality of the video degrades, we want to make sure that we're able to update and request any repair to those video calls and improve that quality as quickly as possible. Next category is our real-time text flow. Real-time text has a default transmission interval that's very short. So we have to make sure that all the people in the conversation can follow that. The next point is incredibly complicated, but how do we negotiate the setup of calls? There are a lot of different ways that text can be sent to 911. You have real-time text. You've got TTY. You've got IP messaging, a whole host of different text protocols. And right now what's happening is the PSAP is going to get a call and have to make a decision about which type of text-based communications they're going to take or not. We need to simplify that into a more automated process for making that decision. Because the operators at 911 aren't going to be qualified to make that decision on the fly. Next issue, TTYs. It is a headache. I think we all know that. So the main issue here, we all know that the technology of TTYs is very limited. So how can we manage the transition from TTY, which is our old equipment, to using our new equipment and our new systems? And we want to ensure that as we develop these new systems, that we are able to support the TTYs that are present in the PSAP, or vice versa, that the TTYs that are present in a consumer's hands when they make calls. We need to try to ensure that there are call bridging protocols and transfer protocols that are in place. And how can the audio integrate with that for this new call management technique? And that all remains to be seen. Our next category is the legacy PSAPs. So DOJ has a filed comment stating that legacy PSAPs must accept text communications via TTY calls. So the next general question is, how do these legacy PSAPs deal with the emerging text-based communications? And we mentioned the example of the old PSAP that has their TTY and a user is calling 911 using their newer equipment. We need to make sure that those two systems are interoperable between the consumer's new technology and the PSAP's legacy technology. And in the same way that you expect to be able to use audio to make a call to any PSAP, we want to have the expectation to be able to make a text call or a video call to any PSAP without having to change our mode or be concerned about the way that we are engaging in this call. The next question is, the one of setting up a gateway for our legacy PSAPs to convert from our old technology to our new technology. We need to get some more specification and clarity about how that gateway can be established and how far we want to specify that. And if NENA decides to come up with explicit specifications for that, are those going to apply only to deaf callers, or are they going to apply generally to anyone who is going to need this functionality and any user? Next is the silent call procedure. A TTY caller who calls 911 is going to have to wait to be redirected to the TTY. And this mechanism is not going to work well with our new modes of communication. It's not going to work well with SMS. It's not going to play nice with real-time text. So we have to update that specification in order to take advantage of new, more appropriate procedures. These are some of our more general issues that didn't fit into our specific categories, but we wanted to bring to the EAC. During the transition to NG 911, the user experience is going to be changing significantly. So how do we reach out to these users to make sure that when they don't get what they expect, they can handle these situations? When they're calling an NG 911 PSAP or a legacy PSAP, we need to ensure that the user experience is prioritized. There's also some concerns about the lack of a test specification. Some text-based communication seem to be missing from the testing specifications. If we can say a few in particular are SIP messaging and MSRP messaging. And that leads into the issue of consistent test interface requirements. Ways that we can make sure that all these types of tests are going to be compatible with the NG911 system. And there are some things that we still need to address there. The NENA I3 specifications about how often equipment needs to be tested as well. If I remember it right, it is either every 30 days or every time the equipment is turned off and on. We find ourselves a little bit concerned that if the equipment is being turned off and on, you're going to test 911 every time there. We're putting an additional burden on the NG911 system because these types of equipment are going to be turned off and on a daily basis. And so there's a higher volume of tests there, and this issue needs to be looked at. In summary, our whole report is 15 pages. So the question is, what is our next step with this draft report? We've already gotten some feedback from members of the EAC, and we appreciate that feedback. Thank you so much. Now we're thinking about how we can incorporate that feedback, and we need processes for approving that report. Now, I'm not certain if we're ready to vote on that today because there have been changes since it was sent out, and I realize that I'm not certain what the best process for that is. If it's going to be a phone call to try to put everything together and edit and send it out again, and then ask for approval over email. So that's a question as to what is the best process. Now, we've gotten 2 specific requests for changes so far. First, Richard Ray and Sherry Farina have asked us to include the DOJ's comments, to quote their comments completely in our report. Now, as co-chair, I'm fine with that, but we have to make it abundantly clear that the EAC is not telling people to use TTY technology. We're encouraging IP-based text methods. The second specific feedback that we got was from AT&T. AT&T asked that we not only include the problems, but also some potential solutions. AT&T wants just the list of problems, but without us specifying how AT&T or other providers should go about implementing those solutions. So they want the list of issues, and they're interested in some suggestions or examples as to how those issues can be resolved, but not something that is going to be declarative or mandatory in terms of how the solution is implemented. Any questions?
Peter?
See if the mic is on. Is that on? It is?
Yes.
Mic's on, okay. Should I wait for the camera? Yeah. Oh, he says, there it is, okay. Christian, thanks for providing the report. AT&T generally agrees with the gaps that are provided, and just like you said about our comment, we like the idea of listing the gaps and perhaps some potential solutions, but we would prefer that these gaps be farmed off to the relevant standards group, whether it's one of the NENA technical committee groups that did the work in this case, or some other standards group that might be impacted. We prefer them to take a look and devise a solution. So that was the rationale for our comment. So in terms of the process going forward, I think we have about another month or so, as Susie pointed out earlier. I think we should do the same thing we did last time with, giving people a little more time and setting up a formal conference call and I don't know, maybe 3 weeks out, 3 weeks or right near the very end to get these approved and to make some what'll hopefully be just minor modifications. And it'd be nice just to have some statement up front that it's expected that the relevant standards bodies will address the gaps. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. This is David. No, I don't want to wait 3 weeks until you have some. I'm just trying to figure out. We have basically 1 month left till this EAC's done. I think the questions I have, or maybe to Christian and Brian, are there were still some comments that came in even this morning on this document. I think just trying to figure out the next steps. Are there still some additional modifications that you need to make to the existing document before we look at it as a full EAC? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we should expect another distribution of the document. Can you give us an estimate of when? And I'm just reminding you that we have 4 weeks.
This is Christian speaking, and the big challenge for me personally is that this month is atrociously busy. It's conference month, I'm sure, as you all know. Nina is coming up. I've got a lot of work planned in preparation for that. So it's not difficult to make the edits, but I don't know that I can get it sent out before next week. I mean, definitely by the time the NINA conference is over, I can get it sent out. So hopefully we wouldn't get a lot of additional feedback after that. I only saw a couple of outstanding issues today, and those are quick edits, a couple hours that could be sent out next week. And I would guess the latest that we would possibly see it would be next Thursday.
Okay. Go ahead. My idea was was to basically say we're going to cut off any input either today. What you have now is it. Give you an opportunity to include those comments over the next few days, have that document sent out, let's say, by next Friday, and then proceed to have any additional comments from the EAC members. And maybe the approach we use on that is similar to what we did around March. If there's no disagreements in the sections, then fine, let it go. If you have an alternate language or a differing position on a section, you need to document that down, and we'll include that to the report. And what I'm trying to do is just drive this to having something that we can release on July 15th. So in essence, make the updates. People can agree with it as a whole. If people have differing opinions on sections of it, document those differing opinions, and then make that our consensus document, and that's kind of what we leave there. Doesn't mean there's not something in the future, because I think there's other discussion going on about that, but cut the comments off now, give you time to incorporate those, and then approach that way. So that's just a proposal. I mean, you can agree or disagree, but it's similar to what we did in the March period. Is everybody somewhat okay with that, or do you think we need to have a call and try to resolve differences? Christian.
So this is Christian speaking. At the moment, I feel like email will be sufficient. If we see an abundance of comments, it may necessitate a call, but we'll know that kind of next week. And if I get comments by Monday, let's say, by next Monday, then, we should be okay. And I don't have to add, I certainly owe Gunnar Hellstrom a big thank you. Gunnar did some fantastic work at gathering a lot of information when Brian and I were, as we said, kind of underwater. So I really want to thank you, Gunnar, if you're still there.
I am, thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Christian. I guess there's still some opportunity for comments by Monday. You're a very nice person. I would have cut it right today and said done. But so then we're going to cut the comments by Monday, get the update. Is that approach okay with everyone? Is there any comments or concerns about having? I was just trying to figure out a way to allow alternate language or different comments to come into the document without having some sort of a up-down vote, or we may not have time for additional calls to do that, but those things have to be done, so you need to write that up.
Yeah, this is Greg. I think it would be good if the comments come in on the list, so that if if there is discussion, then people could do that, and that would facilitate the process.
Okay. That's you, Greg, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Is that okay? Any other? So, okay. I think that's it with the SC5. The SC6 is TTY users and NG91 PSAPs. I want to remind everyone we are at 10 till 3. We're going to try to shut this down at 3:30. So if you have a lot of slides, pick the key ones that you think are important to the EAC, and we're going to kind of move this along. So I have no idea who's speaking on SC6. So
Gunnar here. I will do it.
All right, we're going to move it. I'm going to give you 15 minutes.
Yeah. You will be happy. This is Gunnar Hellström, and there's much fewer slides on this one. It is on the TTY transition group who reported, I think it was in January, it must have been in March, where we finalized our initial report about the TTY transition and the TTY replacement. But we figured out that there were two topics that we needed to do extra work on, and that was on the limitations of the TTY, explain them more, and write ideas of how to handle them. So we have made two extra reports. One report on procedures for calls between TTY users and NG911 PSAPs. So how the current users will be handled in the NG911 systems. And the other one about proposed procedures for the TTYs as a text terminal in the legacy 911 PSAPs who don't have IP connections. The one that we have been discussed quite a lot today, how to handle both SMS and real-time text calls into these PSAPs. Next slide, please. So first about how to handle TTY users going into the modern NG911 PSAP system. We have just briefly covered that in the TTY transition report, but found that it needs to specify that better. TTYs have many functional limitations, and it is cumbersome to use them in modern communication environments. We have explained the limitations here. I think the worst one is that you can only send text in one direction at a time, but there are many others. And we think that PSAP operators will be confused if they need to handle each kind of text communication in the way that it requires. So you need some system support so that communication with TTYs will not collapse. So that's a benefit for the PSAP operators if you have procedures, automatic procedures for that. Otherwise, you have risk for text loss, character corruption, if we don't take these extra precautions. We also say that the NG system should not use the audio-carried TTY tones all the way up to the PSAP. That's an option in NG911, and we discourage from that because that will be eternal problems created by that. Convert to real-time text in the legacy gateway. And in the report we have proposed procedures for handling both this and also if we need to go out to legacy gateway. And that's documented there. So let's see if next slide is on next report, which is the other way. If you have modern communication coming into legacy PSAPs, yes, that's the one that maybe attract more interest. We we were starting out saying that TTY should close down zone and not much interest in it anymore, but now suddenly we have the opposite situation. DOJ has required PSAPs to maintain TTY to handle the SMS, and we need to look at what that really means. And the report deals with how to handle these calls with some likelihood of success. The report is valid for SMS communication in the TCC connected PSAPs. It's for SMS communication in NG 911 connected legacy PSAPs, and it's also for text message and voice in NG 911 and for real-time text. So there are many application areas of it. And it is similar to the other report that it has overview of limitations and procedure proposals on technical level. And next slide, please. Yeah, I already said that it has limitations explained, it has application scenarios, it has procedure proposals. We cannot completely protect against the text loss and corruption risks, but do as best that we can. And again, a warning that this should be the temporary last resort until all PSAPs are up on NG. And next slide, if there is any. So we have, this can be used as supplement information for the work in ATIS TIA. It can be used as material for TTY replacement support and also for NINA i3 legacy PSAP gateway details. So there should be multiple use of this document. Next slide, please. So these documents have been out a bit longer than the I3 GAPS document, so I think we have had time to get comments and sort them out. So I hope that they are now can be considered to be in shape for approval. Thanks.
Thank you, Gunnar. Any comments or questions on SC6? Paul has a comment.
Two hands. This is Paul Michaelis with Avaya. I was at least nominally the co-chair of that committee, and over the past few months I just have not had as much time to work on it as I would have liked. And so I wanted to publicly thank Gunnar for taking care of everything. He really stepped up and took care of responsibilities on this. And Gunnar, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Gunnar. So I think the question comes is, are there any objections to proceeding to move this document to kind of the final steps, or what are some of the comments we have? Peter?
Not an objection. Just a question. A question for Gunnar about. Okay. I'm looking at 6.1, but I guess it's a general question overall. Gunnar, do you think that any of this could impact the 3GPP global text telephony or GTT standards, or is this sort of like overlay information on top of everything that's standardized in GTT already?
Gunnar here. This is on another level. It is on how to handle the calls more on a presentation and application level. Of course, there are technical recommendations as well. But it's TTY specific, so it's merely USA specific. Of course, such things are also in 3GPP. We could discuss that later. It's nothing that should block us from approving it here, but maybe bring it into 3GPP to ask if there is any interest to look at it there as well.
Yeah, Gunnar, I agree with you. I think because it's more like an overlay on procedures, I agree that it shouldn't stop us from approving these here, and perhaps we should go offline and talk about how to get it into 3GPP for them to take a look.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Any other objections or comments? All right, I think we'll go ahead and move forward with the idea that we'll approve this document. I guess Peter will get a copy and make sure that if there's something to the 3GPP body, you can take care of getting that to them. Okay, and seeing if there's any impacts that area. All right, thank you very much, Gunnar and Paul. Moving to the timeline alignment discussion, SC7. Again, I'll say what I've always said. I don't know who's talking about this. So, okay, Kevin or Donna? Yes, Kevin. Wasn't sure. I saw Kevin.
Checking the mic. Okay. Thank you. So, thank you, David. Thank you, all of the members of the EAC. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you and get to know you and work on some of these issues together. And certainly feel like we made a lot of progress. I want to recognize Don Mitchell. Don wanted to be here. He's not feeling well. He actually made it to D.C. And I don't know if he's on the phone line, but Don was my co-chair. And he put in a great deal of work on this report, so we certainly do appreciate his efforts. So the goal of the Timeline Alignment Subcommittee was to really focus on two things: gaining an understanding of the migration dependencies and triggers. Make sure related to a transition to Next Gen 911, and also understanding the sequence of the transition steps. And so we did that by looking at many of the recommendations that were made by the larger EAC last year, and we took those that were directly related to a transition to Next Gen 911 and did some research on those. And so we produced a report. It's 14 pages. I think that it's been out for a period of time, so folks hopefully have had an opportunity to look at it. I'm just going to go through these slides very quickly because basically it's just listing the recommendations that we really kind of did a deep dive on. So I'll kind of go through those. What we found was that there was a great deal of information out there related to the idea of transitioning to Next Gen 911. And so in our report, we incorporated information from the CISRIC, from NENA, DOT, ADIS, all of the FCC proceedings related to Next Generation 911, DOJ proceedings as well. And so we really compiled all that information into this report, so it's in one place that as we continue to move forward on this transition, we hope that it'll be useful to folks as a reference document. In terms of issues that we kind of ran into, we found pretty quickly that developing actual timelines and milestones would be a very difficult task, and for some of the reasons that were expressed today. There are so many moving parts, there are so many dependencies. We have things like funding issues that we have to deal with, exactly how NextGen would be deployed. Would it be local? Would it be regional, statewide? So there are just a number of moving parts, and we see that there's been a lot of progress, but we don't believe that we had the ability to really nail down specific timelines. And so that's sort of the biggest issue that we ran into. And so all of the reports that were done by the other subcommittees kind of feed into that. As we see, there are still many parts that haven't been resolved, but we know that groups are working on different things, and we hope that we'll continue to progress towards a full deployment. We do believe at some point a uniform timeline can be created, which would describe milestones and dependencies and how long it should take to do certain things as you transition to NextGen 911. And so we look forward to continuing to participate in whatever forums that are developed to assist as we can. So thank you again. I think that this report, we received only a few comments, and so we incorporated those into the report. And I think this report is ready for approval if the committee chooses to do so today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any comments to the timeline alignment document? Or any objections to approving this recommendation? All right, this one's approved. I'm sorry, Donna, did you have a comment? I apologize. Hold on. Donna? Sorry.
Hi, Donna here. I just wanted to quickly comment, but first of all, I'm sorry, I can't recall reading the report. You had mentioned some issues that were not only the issue with the impending deadlines, but from getting the steps in place from state to state and also on a federal level. I'm wondering if that's talked about in the report, because I think that's an important component to be included.
This is Kevin. Yes, there is some discussion in the report, as well as many reports that were done by other organizations that also provide some guidance on the best way to, I think you're talking about the best way to go about deploying NextGen 911, or I guess I'm a little unclear on the question.
Sorry. Let me just clarify. You had mentioned issues that I didn't find in the PowerPoint. And I'm wondering why they weren't included in the written comments of the report so that the reader could be aware of some of the challenges that are being faced here.
Okay, I think that we do have quite a few of them in the written report.
I just want to be clear. I think that some things were mentioned, but I'm looking for some of those comments that I'm not seeing in writing here.
Okay. I think the things that I mentioned were in the report. Maybe not on the PowerPoint slide. But
Donna, can you give us some
examples? You have a copy
examples?
of the full report?
I'm sorry to jump in. What you have some examples of what you're looking for, Donna, in there specifically?
Sorry, I was referring to the PowerPoint. So you're saying that all of those comments are included in the report?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So okay, Al?
Just waiting on the camera. This is Al. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to be inserting these issues to bring up some of the issues, but I wanted to share with all of you. We've been talking about the reports, and I think, obviously it's the culmination of some great work, but in thinking back, we spent a lot of time on emailing and a lot of somewhat fruitless discussions. Bob Mather actually sent a letter that was outlining some of the rules, which really helped to clarify and hit the nail on the head about direct connect calls. And I think it created a lot of clarifications from there on out. And I'm wondering how many of you saw that letter when it was sent out publicly, and how many people out there actually read his letter. I think that it would be nice if we could maybe utilize not only the rules that were brought up by Bob most recently, but some other rules that are already in place that will really help clarify where we stand legally, and use that as our starting point to work from. And we can also use those as reference points in all of our documents and materials that we're putting out there. It talks about what we're required to do, what we're targeting to do, and I think it'll help make our time used much more efficient and effective. And I'm wondering if we can quote some of those laws and some of those rules, not only, like I said, the document that Bob put forward, but other legal citings in our reports to help create the clarity that is necessary. I'm just trying to make sure that our time is being used the most effectively and efficiently here.
We have 30 days to go. I don't think we have any time to go creating something along those lines right now. I don't think anyone here has the time for that. I don't know if you do and if you want to, but I'm going to say no. And maybe Cheryl or somebody from the FCC has a different opinion than mine.
No, this is Cheryl. No, not different opinion. Al, I believe that some of that to which you're referring does appear in the EACT's report and recommendations from December 2012. I know it's been a while since we read that big document because we've been working on other things, and the subcommittees were focusing on issues in that report and the recommendations that we've been looking at, things that needed follow-up, and that's how we created the 7 subcommittees that we've been working in this last year. I'm not sure to what laws or regulations you might be referring that we would not have included in that report.
Well, I'm not an attorney, that's for sure. I'm just thinking of maybe what we've experienced in our work to date, and in talking about relay and video relay services and text SMS relay, et cetera, I feel like we've been really spending a lot of time sort of going around our elbow to get to our thumb when there might be regs already in existence that are clarifying issues that we are unnecessarily discussing. So it's making me wonder if there are other laws and regs out there that we aren't referring to and instead wasting our energies clarifying when there's already existing clarification out there. And I was just really putting the question out there to the attorneys to make sure that the information we're putting out there is clear and we are putting out points of reference, because I think it'll be more efficient use of our time moving forward.
Okay. Susie, I think, may have a comment on that. Susie?
I think I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. Those reports are not considered legal documents. It's a collective opinion of the work of the committee and best practices that are gathered based on our expertise. We really don't expect you all to be submitting legal documents per se. I mean, I definitely appreciate your comments, and we will keep those in mind when we are looking at the information. But that's really not the only resource that people are going to be relying on. We also have websites with different references to legal citings and regs and other relevant information. And when those types of issues come up, it does help to get a broader perspective of universal requirements and not necessarily, the reports aren't necessarily comprehensive per se, but Bob, did you want to add? Just waiting on the camera.
Bob Mather here. We have an ADA.gov website, and just to let you know that we just completely revised our homepage for access to all this information and the laws and the regs as well as our publications. We also have a list of technical assistance manuals so that you can get all the information you want about the ADA on our homepage, ada.gov. And ADA.gov also has references to the FCC, DOT, and so I'm sure that the FCC has, well, I guess, and references to other things too.
Okay. Does that help more? Is that?
Yes, very helpful. This is Al. Thank you. I just want to make sure we're using our time most efficiently, so thank you. Oh, I did have a second issue I wanted to bring to the floor. I'm sitting here squirming in my chair. Excuse me.
Take your time.
Where's my second issue? I'm looking at the transcript. It says recommendations P1.10, and there's different items on that are listed. It's supposed to be different disabilities, but it really looks like instead different medical terms, like deafness or people with hearing disabilities. It looks like a vocabulary sheet of how to refer to people with deafness. It looks like medical terminology versus people terminology. On bottom of page 3.
The one it's showing now? I don't know if Kevin has a comment. Oops.
Oh, I missed the slide that you were just referring to, David.
There it is.
Oh, yes, that's the one I'm looking at. It sounds like we're speaking in terms of from a medical framework instead of a people with disabilities frame of reference. So I'm wondering if we could put the term deaf instead of deafness, or blind, not blindness. Hearing impaired, not hearing impairment, because we're talking about people, so it's more of a semantic issue for me. And obviously we're trying to make this as politically accurate as possible as well.
Kevin?
This is Kevin Green, Verizon. We'd be happy to make those changes. If you would like to provide some recommendations, by, say, Monday, we certainly could incorporate that, but I don't know if that would stop it from the report from being approved.
I don't think it has an impact on the report, but just in the slides presentation.
Oh, I think it's an easy change.
If you'll send those to Kevin, then he'll make those changes. All right.
So people with different disabilities, like deaf or, okay.
Yeah, just send those to Kevin. He'll make the changes in the slides and then resubmit them to Susie, and we'll have those in our record.
Okay, right. Will do.
Okay, thank you, Al. All right, I think we're now to what I call, is the call for public comment period. So I believe there's someone, I think there's public comment coming, so we'll stop for that. There she is. You're going to raise your hands so they get the camera on you.
Thank you. Chairman Zumba, Chairman Ray, members of the committee. My name is Julie Ann Schaefer, and I'm the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, or RID. First, I really want to commend you on the work that you've done over the past 2.5 years. I've been listening today, and it's been amazing to see what you've all been able to accomplish. So congratulations to you for that. I know that now people with disabilities will have better access to emergency information and services because of your work, and that is really important. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly this afternoon. I know that time is limited. So I'll give you kind of the Cliff's Notes of my extensive comments, but I will also provide a full written version of my comments for your review, particularly to both chairs and the subcommittee chairs as well, to make sure that you have clarity and details for all of our feedback. RID has 16,000 members, and we greatly value preserving their physical and mental health and the integrity of the profession. At the same time, we feel it's important that we address the communication needs of the deaf community. And with that idea in mind, I'd like to share some feedback about Working Group 3's recommendation that was just released in March. I believe it was March 1st of 2013. Specifically, we need some clarification about the roles and duties of a sign language interpreter, or SLI, as I use in my written comments. Very specifically, in the document on page 18, it states what a sign language interpreter should do and what they look like. Certainly, they should be certified, which is something that we advocate for 100%. But it also says that they should be qualified to provide functional equivalents for communication through, but not limited to, oral interpretation, written captioning, or any combination. Some interpreters do specialize in oral interpreting for the deaf and hard of hearing, who rely on speech reading, although not all. And further, it's important for us to recognize that there is a certification available now for oral interpreters. There is a certification requirement for sign language interpreters codified in the report, but there is no requirement for the oral interpreter certification there. The list of different modes of communication that should be available there as well says cued speech transliteration, which is certainly important, but is only mentioned once in the document. And there is no explanation of the qualifications for a cued speech transliterator there. In looking at that, I find myself wondering, is the sign language interpreter expected to be responsible for cued speech as well? That is not a regular qualification for a sign language interpreter and would not be an appropriate one, so I'd respectfully submit for some clarification in the language there, whatever would be easiest to clarify the role of and the qualifications for a sign language interpreter in this context. Number 2, the need to identify additional acceptable certifications for sign language interpreters. There is a list in page 16 of the report of 4 different certifications. Of those certifications, which are all RID tests, 3 of them are no longer currently administered. Those tests are no longer available. The only one that is still available is the CDI, the Certified Deaf Interpretation certificate, and the rest are no longer available. This definitely has an impact on the availability of qualified interpreters for MCLS. Just to provide you with an example, a hearing interpreter in California, where California has no state licensure requirement, no state test for sign language interpreters, could have a CSC, Comprehensive Skills Certification, which is a certification for a sign language interpreter, but not one of those that is listed in the report. Could also have 25 years of interpreting experience, and may have additional certifications, specialist certifications, for example, the legal sign language certification, but would not be considered to be qualified, according to your recommendations, to work in MCLS Center. I'd be happy to provide a full list of the currently available certifications through RID, because as it stands right now, the recommendations will create a shortage of available interpreters that are qualified to fill positions in MCLS centers. And again, we fully support certification for interpreters. It's a wonderful step, but we would recommend that this was perhaps an unintended consequence of your report. We would not want to exclude a large majority of available interpreters who could be a match for this type of position. And these qualifications will be impossible to meet in the future. There will be no more interpreters who have those 3 types of certification who are listed, because those certification tests are no longer administered. Our third point, the need to address trilingual interpreting for MCLS call centers. Currently, there is no recommendation for trilingual interpreting in those centers. One of our partner organizations, called Mano a Mano, is established because they recognize the need for trilingual sign language interpreters. The linguistic and cultural issues at play there are very different, and it's important that that difference is recognized. Currently, your recommendations don't mention providing effective communication for people who may use Spanish and ASL, but not English. Or perhaps those who are using Spanish Sign Language. We think that it's important that that should be addressed in your recommendations as well. The fourth point, I just wanted to emphasize what Donna Platt has already mentioned earlier today, that right now there is a study ongoing that has just, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago began, that studies the impact of trauma on VIs, or video interpreters. This will be the first time that anyone has studied this issue. And I think that it's very important to take a look at those results, as those will support and justify your work. We want to make sure to protect interpreters' health and safety, but at the same time, we want to protect communication access for deaf and hard of hearing communities. I understand that your charter will be expiring soon, and congratulations again on all of your work. It is really so much that you've been able to accomplish. I know there's limited time for you to incorporate and address this feedback. And in surveying the committee here, I find myself amazed at the expertise and talent available in this room from various fields. The recommendation to subgroup 3, the recommendation that came from subgroup 3 came without representation of an experienced and qualified sign language interpreter or their representative. And as such, we were unable to share our expertise on these issues until this time. So I'm very excited to hear about the recommendations from your committee, and especially the people who have said that they feel that this committee should not end here with the expiring of this charter, and should this committee continue in some form, we would like to see representation from RID or an interpretation group. Thank you for allowing us to be involved in this discussion, finally. And we believe that effective system can be established. And again, as I said earlier, I will submit my written comments as well. I know that time is short, and I want to respect that. It's Friday afternoon, and everyone wants to get their weekend started, and I am on that same page as well. So please do consider and incorporate RID's comments and our members' comments, and include us in future discussions on video interpreting particularly. We have a lot of expertise that we can share, and we want to make sure that we have the best possible system for NG911, not only for the deaf community, but also for the interpreters who are providing that service. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate it. Send those in. Yeah, I know you have all of our emails. Karen would like to, if you'd hold on just a second, Karen would like to make a comment. Karen?
Thank you. Your feedback is enormously helpful, and I would like to ask you to not only submit it to this committee, but to also file it in the new video relay service docket, because we specifically ask about training of and qualifications for communication assistants that are going to be providing services if we decide to go to a national center. So please make sure that you respond. The item came out on Monday. It hasn't been published in the Federal Registry yet, but when we start receiving comments, we'd love to have your input.
Happy to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. All right, we still have... no. Well, go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. Do you have a comment?
No, this is not a comment to that. I just remember, this is Eric Hagerson. I don't care if I'm on TV or not. Christian reminded me of something when he mentioned Nina, and I just wanted to extend or make everybody aware. On next Tuesday night at 6:30 to 8:30, the NG 911 Institute will be holding a reception. T-Mobile is a sponsor, as well as AT&T, CTIA, TCS. So if Cheryl and Susie would, I'm going to send you guys the invitation, and if you would please send it out to members of the EAC. It's at Nina's conference next week, but I think several people will be there. So if I send it to you, would you guys mind sending it out to the entire group? Okay, thanks.
Thanks. All right, just thank you, everyone. I'm going to take one more minute just to recap quickly. Just today, there was really just two items that I saw as open. No, I'm done. You're done. We got 1 minute. Go, Ma. Okay, Chris, go for it. Chris.
I just wanted to make sure we thanked our service providers.
Okay.
The interpreter.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Just to summarize, just from today's discussion, I think there's a few things, but there was just two key items that I had taken away from today. Was one where there was still a little bit of work left done with the SC5, the NINA I3, NG 911 gaps, and I'm not going to recap that. We know what those are. And then Zenji and Susie had discussion with outstanding issues and some different things dealing with the EAC's future mission. And so we collected some information. If there's additional comments, please have those sent into them or someone in the EAC. And then on behalf of myself, I just wanted to thank my co-chair, Richard, and my friend now, and we've got to know each other very well over the last two and a half years, so thanks for some good discussions and some interesting times over there. But thank you for that. The FCC, Karen, Cheryl, Susie, Zenji, and everyone. From my perspective, it's just easy to work with you, so maybe a lot of us now, we know each other for a lot of years, but it's been very approachable and it makes the stuff go faster. And then from the EAC as a whole, thank you very much for all of the work that everyone's done, and additionally, everyone that you've reached out to for the comments and all that. And that'll be my conclusion, and then I'll leave it to Richard for final remarks, and we're out of here. And then, and then Karen.
Yeah, sorry, and then Karen. There you go. So I actually wanted to thank the wonderful group of people here in this room, representatives from industry, from the deaf community, from consumer groups, the FCC, the DOJ, and all of you. It has been a really wonderful experience working with this outstanding team over the last 2.5 years. Now, again, our work is not finished. The work will continue, and I hope that we can continue working together. I know that we will. I look forward to continuing to work with you. Karen?
This is Cheryl. I really wasn't going to say anything because I'll probably cry. But this has been an amazing journey. It's just been wonderful. I have never seen such a collaboration and give and take, and I think every disparate group that's represented by all of us has learned much about all the other different groups. We've got techies who are deaf. We've got carriers with hearing and speech and other disabilities, and we just really took the bull by the horns and just shook the devil out of it. We did a good job. Congratulations and thank you to all of you.
So this is Karen. One final thank you, but I have to do it because, first of all, I have to thank Cheryl. As you've seen, I'm in and out of this room all the time, more out than in, and that's been the case with respect to the oversight of the committee as well. Cheryl really has been a mastermind behind making sure that all these meetings have run smoothly, making sure that you've gotten the information that you need, the materials that you need, making sure that the communication amongst you and between you goes smoothly. So I really want to thank Cheryl, and I also want to thank Susie, who fortunately came in at exactly the right time when Cheryl had to step out and be on the ground to help out with the emergency recovery of Hurricane Sandy. I have never seen somebody literally jump in as fast as you did, Susie, and pick up with literally no notice. You're an incredible team, and I just can't say enough nice things about you. I also want to thank as well, personally, David and Richard. As soon as we needed to pick fearless leaders for this group, we knew that you guys would be able to mastermind the job, and it's been a wonderful experience for all of us working with you. You're a pleasure to work with and easy to work with, which is the goal in Washington. I also want to thank Zenji and others from the Public Safety Bureau, and because you've been enormously helpful in implementing the messages from this committee. Without you, we couldn't have been where we are now. So we appreciate all your legal work, which I'm sure is just in the middle, and will be there'll be a lot more to come. I want to thank the interpreters over and over again for all the meetings that you've interpreted for. As Chris said, we wouldn't be here without you either. And we know it's not easy to interpret for meetings like this where there are so many different speakers and many technical terms, so we appreciate it. I want to thank the CMR staff back in there who make sure that everything is where it's supposed to be always, and again, make sure it makes these meetings seem simple. And the CART interpreters on the phone, thank you. You're doing a great job. I'm so afraid I'm going to forget anybody. I want to thank all the sponsors for all the breakfasts and lunches. You've made it so nice to come to these meetings. Maybe that's why we've had so many people at these meetings. I've always marveled that no matter how many meetings we called, you all arrived. Again, this is to be continued, but I second what Cheryl said. This is, and everybody else, this is not the end. You've done a remarkable job, but you're too good to let go. So we're going to figure out ways to continue, whether it's here or elsewhere, and just really stupendous job. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Richard wants to say something.
I wanted to make sure that we thank Do we need to thank Salita Griffith for arranging all of our food service, all of that too. She coordinated that. She's a very key player here too.
And just the group that I forgot to thank is just again all of you, the industry, for stepping up over and over and over again, and for the consumers for your diligence and perseverance.
Everybody pat yourself on the back.
That's right.
Not for a little holiday break?
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you all. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.